how's it going?
It's going great.
I was just about to welcome you to your own event. Yeah, I'd like to welcome Andy to the NBA Wind Band Symposium here at Westchester University. Tell these beautiful people who you are.
Yeah, I'm Andrew Yozviak, and I have the privilege of serving as a director of band here at Westchester University. And we are, is always one of the more exciting events that we have around the School of Music in the spring. It's our 13th annual National Band Association Westchester University Wind Band Symposium. So, Andrew, we're always glad you could join us and help provide the flow for the people who are watching on the live stream and spend a little time with the kids.
I'm here to provide the flow, and I introduced you to your own festival. Yeah, this is going great. My name is Andrew Hitz, and I'm going to be running the online feed as well as doing a clinic for all 6 of the bands, 3 today and then 3 tomorrow. Why don't you tell them about our guest clinician this year?
Yeah, we are really honored to have Julia Baumanis join us from Rutgers University, and she, as well as the other wind band directors here from Westchester University, Hannah Morrison, our Associate Director of Bands, and Adam Gumbel, our Athletic Band Director. We'll be spending some time with the visiting ensembles, and one of the unique things about this particular event for us is that it's a front-end event. This is the bands as they're getting prepared for their concerts, for their assessment festivals, any big performances that they have set up through the spring. And our expectation is things are gonna start out pretty raw since we're just learning our repertoire and developing our habits for the semester. But we're always grateful to welcome such a great cast to be able to work with the students and be able to see their growth even throughout the day during the events.
Yeah, most clinics with really great, high-profile clinicians happen once things are already prepared and polished, and that's a very valuable time to have input. It makes it go from polished to beyond polished, and it helps kids to see that more was possible even after they thought it was done. That's wonderful, but I think it's incredible that this event gets these kids' insights early in the process, and it's just, I think it's equally as important as doing it at the end, but it's much rarer. So I think this is a really neat event as a result of that.
Yeah, and I was reminded, I want to send a special thanks out to the National Band Association for its leadership in promoting festivals and events like this. And a real special thank you to a good friend of both of ours who would have been celebrating his birthday today, John Casagrande, legendary band director in Pennsylvania and Virginia. And he was the force and the inspiration behind us starting this festival here at Westchester University. So, John, we know you are always looking down on us, and we just want to say thank you and love you.
I miss him.
Yeah.
In 2018, right after the Red Sox won the World Series, my son and I went to John's house. Hold on, you'll love this story.
I can't wait.
No, you'll love this.
Yeah.
We went to their house, and I put Nicholas in my championship Red Sox hat and had him ring the doorbell, and John just opened the door because you can't say mean things to a 4-year-old. So who he adores. So it was. I used my son as a human shield. So yeah, it was great. John was a legend. Still is a legend in the band world, and his legacy lives on in events like this. So we are now going to pause for a minute. We're going to go in, and you're going to get to watch the introduction, and then I will be back to explain a little bit more about how everything's going to unfold over these next couple of days. But we are very happy that you are here, and this will all be archived, by the way, on the YouTube channel, which we will provide links to. But if you're watching this live and have to miss part of it, then this will all be available later.
Yep.
So, all right, let's get in and say hello to the kids.
All right. No, I'll do introductions, talk to the kids a little.
Yeah, I have no.
He used to be.
Check, check, check. Welcome, friends. How's everybody doing? Come on, how's everybody doing? There you go. I'm Dr. Andrew Yozviak, and I have the privilege as serving as the director of bands here at Westchester University. I'd like to take just a second to welcome everyone to our 13th annual National Bands Association Wind Band Symposium. So thank you for joining us. Applause, applause. Now we're picking up the cues. All right, so the way this works is we have three groups here today, and we're going to have another 3 bands in here tomorrow. And I would like to take just a second to introduce y'all to who's here. The Warwick High School, what are we, concert band, symphonic band? Concert band, Warwick High School Symphonic Band. Give it up for them. And their director, Matt Tenalia. They do like you. Okay. We also have the band here from Phoenixville High School. Where are y'all? All right. And their director, Aaron Sobel. And our third band here this Friday afternoon is the band from Unionville High School. Give it up for them. And the director, Mr. Sean McWilliams. Good. All right, so you're going to be here from now until the early evening, and you'll be experiencing and working with a number of different clinicians throughout the day. In addition to our Westchester band directors, we also have the privilege of having on campus today a good friend of ours, Julia Balmanis. She's Associate Director of Bands at Rutgers University. Please welcome her. You'll also be able to spend a little time with one of our guest artists, an extraordinary tuba player from Jupiter Music Instruments, or represented by Jupiter Music Instruments. Please welcome Andrew Hitz. And from Westchester University, you may know some of these people already. We have Dr. Hannah Morrison. And Dr. Adam Gumbel. Two other people I'd like to introduce you to. If you have any questions throughout the day, you're looking to find something in the building, you need help or whatever, our two graduate assistants, Ryan Miller is back there. And also will be around, but not present right now, is Phoenixville's own Jacob Springer. Okay. All right. So just to tell you a little bit about what's going to happen today, all of us in our individual bands, we do performances throughout the whole year. A lot of programs will do performance assessments or festivals, or you may do a music in the parks, or something where you're going and you're getting feedback, you're being adjudicated, you're being rated, things like that. The experience today is the opposite of that. Okay? The experience today is intended to set us up for any of those back-end things that we're going to do within our programs throughout the year. So whether it's concert or one of those festivals, the idea today is you're going to get a lot of different people who are throwing out ideas for you. And a lot of those ideas and a lot of those thoughts are going to be things that you do in your band rooms every single day. And some of them are going to be new ways of thinking about things, new ways of how you approach a piece of music, different ways to communicate with each other. And your goal today should be to take score, keep track of all those ideas that are coming at you. And you're going to go back to your programs on Monday, and you're going to get to have a conversation with your director that says, yo, we need to keep doing this, because that really helped with A, B, or C, right? And maybe there's going to be questions. Maybe the questions are going to be, why did they introduce this as an idea, and how does that work? I didn't really understand that, but I heard it made us better. You know, those kind of things. So if you could start keeping either a physical or a mental tally about all of the incredible information that you're able to take in from the people who are going to be working with you today, you're going to be able to figure out new ways, or maybe ways that are reinforcing the things you already do in terms of how you relate to each other and how you're able to make music as an ensemble. Okay, so do we understand the task at hand? All right, I love it. At this time, we're gonna take a minute just to kind of disperse a band at a time, because we're all in different areas. And you'll notice that it's set up on stage here. One of the bands is going to be in here all day. There is a camera, so there's a live stream that's just going out to the world throughout the day. And whichever groups are in here, whether it's your performance at the end of the evening or the clinicians throughout the afternoon, educators from across the country are going to be able to also tune in and see all the great information that's being expressed by our clinicians as they're working with you. Okay, so just be aware of that. So at this time, we're just going to kind of get on our way, head over to our rooms, and get started with the day. Thank you for being here. Thank you for caring enough about what you're doing in your own programs to want to come out and have an experience like this. And we will be really excited to hear all the bands at the end of the evening. We have a chance to perform a little bit for each other. So thank you. That's your applause cue. Boom. All right. The first band that I'm going to dismiss is going to be the Unionville group. All right, so You're just going to go right up that way. You've already been to your room. Follow Mr. McWilliams. Have a great afternoon, friends. This is Warwick, right? Okay. All right. Phoenixville. Your stuff is still in the hallway, is that true? Okay. Right? Cool, huh? Hey, let your so like Pat, we pass that on information on now. You could let your folks know, like if they want to tune into the concert at the end of the night or whatever. Send them the link. Yeah. Okay, Phoenixville, and all of your instruments and personal belongings, they are still out in the lobby. Yes. Okay, great. So you'll pick it up on your way, and Phoenixville's own Mr. Jacob Springer. He's going to lead you over to our rehearsal room, 141, right now. So, thank you, Jacob. Okay, and Warwick, 2 W's, huh? I said the people got in early. In England, they would not pronounce the second W. It's just Warwick. Okay, just saying. Little piece of information. All right. So the flow, and you guys are going to get a hang of this right out of the gate. The flow for the day, when you're coming from the audience to the stage, you're going to go through that door right there.
All right, welcome back. We have finally gotten our introductions, and we are now going to get started with the clinics here very, very soon. The way that this is going to work is that there are 3 bands here, and they each go to a room and stay there. The 3 bands are Phoenixville High School, Warwick High School, and Unionville High School. The band that's going to be on stage that we are going to be able to watch be clinicked during for the rest of the day is Warwick High School, which is under the direction of Matt Tenalia. And they are going to, each group is going to have the opportunity to work with each of the 3 collegiate band directors, which is Dr. Baumanis, Dr. Gumbel, and Dr. Morrison. The group, you will get to see Dr. Gumbel in the first stretch, which is going to be whenever we get started here until 3:30. There's then a 15-minute break, and then you'll get to see Julia Baumanis from Rutgers University. Is from 3:45 until 5. We have a break from 5 until 6 when everyone eats dinner. And then from 6 to 7, that is when I will actually be giving a clinic to all 3 bands at once in there. And that is while the band directors, the three schools, Phoenixville, Warwick, and Unionville, as well as all of the college band directors, will have a roundtable which you will be able to watch here, talking about all things band. And then at 7:15 we have our final clinic, which you will get to see Dr. Morrison working with Warwick High School. And then the performance is tonight from 8:15 until 9. We put performance in a little bit of quotes because, as you just heard Dr. Jozwiak say, this is very early in the process, and so there might be partial pieces that are performed, or a movement, or even part of a movement. It actually takes a lot of courage to have these bands that play things that are not polished and they're not supposed to be polished. If you are playing these for assessment in March and they are already fully polished by the end of January, that's not a good thing. So everybody gets bored and fidgety from the director at the front all the way to the percussion in the back. And so they will be showing their growth today, which is always, it's wonderful. One of my favorite things about this, and by the way, halfway through each of the sessions, I will be pulling whoever the clinician is here in the main room. I'm going to be pulling them out, and I will interview them for 5 minutes. Interview's a little strong. I will just ask them a question about what they're working on, what they're about to work on, just a little bit of like a peek behind the scenes of the pedagogy and why they're teaching and what they're teaching about, and how they're going to tie that up in the second half. And so you get a little bit of an insight there, and then they go in and then finish the clinic. So yeah, 3 clinics for each band with each of those people. József just kind of wanders and makes sure that everything remains a well-oiled machine. And yeah, wanted to thank a few different places. One is J.W. Pepper for helping to make today possible. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee, satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. Also wanted to thank the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professionals and students from every facet of the band world. National Band Association is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives. In addition to supporting a national professional association for bands and band music, the benefits of membership in the NBA include subscription to The Instrumentalist, official magazine for all individual, student, institutional, and corporate memberships, which is 5 issues a year. Subscription to the NBA Journal, 4 issues a year, 2 hard copies and 2 electronic copies. Almost all journals, especially the recent years, are available by PDF. Access to valuable resources, including the selective music lists, concert band music, and concert marches. Access to mentors and mentor programs, and support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. As a humorous side note, my son is absolutely obsessed with basketball and is a huge NBA fan, and he heard that I was going to an NBA Symposium, and he got very excited, and then he heard it was about band, and he got less excited. Even though he's in band and loves band, and my wife is a band director who's guest conducting in Hawaii right now, but he really thought that I was going to like hang out with LeBron James, and then he found out that that I was just hanging out with Andrew József instead, which was a little bit less exciting for him. And then finally, this appearance of Jupiter Band Instruments / XO professional brass artist Andrew Hitz, that's me, has been made possible in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance and Jupiter XO Band Instruments. I perform on Jupiter and XO professional brass instruments. I'll be playing that tuba a little bit later for the kids during my clinic, which I will also be talking about just general musicianship things, things like practicing, establishing a growth mindset, and also how learning through band and through practicing can help us in literally every facet of life. So we are about to go in soon here. I think we're going to head into the auditorium where we are about to get started. This, again, is the Warwick High School. I didn't hear if it was concert band or wind ensemble. You should email Adam Gumbel if I got that wrong. he would love to hear from you. But no, Adam is the first clinician, and I can't wait to hear Warwick. And we'll talk to Adam very briefly at the halfway point of this clinic. So we'll see you then.
Hello! Great to see you. It's great to see so many of you again. I feel like you've been in this room before, many of you, or on this campus before, and I've been fortunate to come out to Warwick a handful of times and have the opportunity to hear the growth of this ensemble. It's always thrilling to get the opportunity to be a warrior for a little bit of time, and really excited to welcome you here. So, and a few of you, I think I see a few of you probably next weekend for some extended time. Some of the things we'll talk about today, we'll be talking about even more next week. So excited to have you. Let's get rolling.
Cool. Let's start with our first warm-up, and then I already talked about Dr. Gumble. He's going to jump in and do some technique and foundation stuff that might be the same, might be different than what we already do. And then we'll get rocking and rolling with the first piece today. Will be Childhood Remembered. That'll be the first section, okay?
Heck yeah.
Cool. All right. So warm-up number 1, please. Let's find the music for that. Right?
Yeah, great start. In tone, in tune, in time, in touch. 4 in T's, right? In tone, it's clear that quality of sound is of the utmost importance in this ensemble. Does he talk about quality of sound a lot? Yeah, do we think about quality of sound a lot? It seems like it. That's shining through in the very first sounds that we're making. It's beautiful. In tune, all right? In tune. Do we talk about that often? Right? Intonation, right? Cool, so hearing it before we play it. What's the key to playing in tune? It's hearing it before we play it and bringing that sound into the world. Our concert F at the beginning is really pretty in tune when we start, all right? In time, all right? In time, would you say that we're always moving together? Our attacks are pretty together. Are we always moving together to the middle note in that F descending sequence? No, the way I'm framing the question indicates probably not, all right? So I want to focus on 2 things. I want to focus, number 1, on moving together to be in time, all right? Breathe together, move together, play together. Many of us are doing that, but not everybody's doing that. Many of us are playing in time, but not everybody's playing in time. Let's go back to that first interval, just concert F to concert E, then back to concert F. Here's your goal. Don't put your instruments up yet, all right? Number 1, it's to connect from the beginning. Okay, music's all about connection. Everybody's sitting with the same ready position. I put my hands up, you put your horns up at the same time. Would you agree that we just heightened the probability that we're going to play together by doing that? I would also agree. My hands go down, the horns go down. Connect from the beginning. Move together. Now, on the breath, everybody moves together with me. Yes? I love it. Here we go. Concert F, concert E, move together, then back to concert F. See what happens. Goal is to move together. Here we go. Gulp the air. There we go. The initial concert F, every time we played it before, was the best sound that we were making, the most in tone, the most in tune, and the most in time, because the front end was together. It was great. And I'd say 90% of us took that breath, and there was motion in the ocean. Good for us. This time, let's get, and then about 70% of us moved on the note change, and that's why we had about 70% accuracy, okay? Let's get 100% of the folks. It doesn't need to be a big motion. It's just do, do, do. Just a little motion on the return. Try it again. Yeah. So that we would have about 80% on that attack. And I'm going to encourage Mr. T every time, just when we put the hands up, the horns go up. And if we don't all move together, that's okay. But we're going to hold ourselves accountable and just put the hands back down. We will absolutely play in time this time, for sure. Gulp the air. That's the right idea. Cool. Was the timing better? Was the timing better? Yay? Yeah. Yeah, cool. You can verbalize a response too, or you could do it like whatever. Was the timing better? Yeah, of course it was. It was way better. Why? Because we were moving together. We were connected. That's what music is all about, all right? How about the pitch? How about the pitch? We have three notes. First note, we're doing okay. Second note, are we hearing it before we play it? It was pretty good. How about the return? Yeah, the return, people are like, yeah, the return is wonky just about every time, okay? And I love what Mr. T was doing, having you hum the pitch or sing the pitch on Da. I love that. Go ahead and sing it again. Sing it. And sing in fingers so you connect with your instrument, okay? Here we go, and ready. Da. Yeah, even here on the first note, a little bit of a scoop. Watch out for that. It's not da, but da. Here we go again. Land on top of it. Da, da. Find the center quickly. Da. Beautiful. You're hearing, when we're playing this note, that's the second note for all you button machines out there. I have to put down more than one button, right? When we play the second note, we're playing the second note, we're hearing each other, but then we're also being proactive in hearing the return. We're hearing the center of the next note, okay? Try it again. Here we go, sing and finger, or slide, or whatever, and Ready? Da, da, da. Do it just like that on your instruments. Here we go. Sorry, I was ahead of you. That's okay. We're finding our limbic resonance here. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, we didn't all move, so we had some people come in early. Folks who didn't move came in early. You were kind of guessing. Try it again. Hands are still up, horns are still up. You're doing great. Move together. Now hear the next pitch. Find the center right away. Next interval. Move together. Yep, keep expanding. So take the minor third. The more we expand, the higher the probability we're going to scoop into the concert F return. The more we expand, the higher the probability that we're going to into that concert F. Fight that tendency. Here we go. Concert F, concert D, concert F, rain, rain, go away. Here we go. Move together. Find the center. And air in, air out. Now hear the next one. Find the center. That's better. Much better. Expand it even more. Major third. 4 half steps. Hear it. Do that one again. Move together. Yep, that's it. And the more we expand, the harder it is to return to that ascending interval without the scoop. What's the key to playing in tune? It's the key to life, all right? It's being proactive. We need to be proactive as well as reactive, but we can't be inactive, all right? Hear it before you play it. Know the tendencies of your instrument and the instruments around you, and you'll be in tune, guaranteed, okay? Keep going. What else do we got? The chorale. The chorale. Indicating a singular chorale. The one. Oh, okay. There we go. Is it that one? Okay. Perfect. Okay. Me either. Good a words as any.
Are you good?
There we go. Yeah, but we didn't. So it's just, you can tell right away if the group is connected or disconnected. We'll be able to tell later on when you do the show and tell. Later on, we'll be able to tell from out there what type of performance we're going to have based on what's going on, not musically, but visually at the beginning, all right? The way that you take the stage, although you're already beyond the stage, so we've got that much. The way that you sit at a ready position. If the group is sitting at a congruent ready position together, it's highly probable that they're going to play together. If the group moves their instruments up to play together at the same time, highly probable that the first sound is going to happen at the same time. If they move together, it's all about heightening the probability of the desired result. Is if you want to get great at anything, what can I do to heighten the probability that the thing's going to happen? Is it still possible that we don't play together? Is it still a possibility that the desired outcome doesn't happen? Yes, there's always a possibility, but we heighten the probability that the right thing happens. I hope that makes sense. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. This is awesome. Specific instruction, pretty specific. Don't breathe in this place. I'm going to ask you to add even more specific. There you go. Yeah, so not just the when. Music has a when, a what, and a how. And there's a why in there too. We spend most of our time on the when of the music. That's the rhythms, when our sound's happening. The what of the music is kind of like the notes and the concert, whatever. The how is really, really important. So this was a when comment from your director, right? When not to breathe. We want no breath between whatever measures he said. Now, let's add even more specificity by adding a layer of how to that, which would be, you want it to grow over the bar line. What did we just do? We increased the probability of what you actually have in your head. What you have in your head is not a static do, dee, 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 dee. If you do, it's a very uninteresting musical product, and this person is not uninteresting. If there's anything about this guy, he is not uninteresting. He's, you are a walking, talking YouTube thumbnail. That's exactly right. Yes, yes, he is a meme, and I love that about him, okay? So don't accept any kind of uninteresting music, right? That's the way he would play it on his clarinet, guaranteed. All right, go for it. Add the how. Lame. Yeah, so the first two phrases, better or worse the second time than the first time? Like way better, way better. And there was one instruction that had to do with, there was a detail in the music that had to do with the when, but then also the how. It got remarkably better. The level of maturity went a tier up. Not a tier, but like a tier, like a level, God tier. It was awesome, okay? Good for us. And I don't know if you noticed this, but even things that you didn't talk about, the ends of the phrases had more detail because I think everybody was more engaged with the how of the music over the what and the when. They weren't just pressing and blowing, they were feeling what was going on. That was incredible. As we got toward the end of the exercise, it became an exercise rather than a musical experience. The first two phrases were musical experiences. The last two phrases were kind of like exercises. The challenge is not just doing it once, you know, but weaving that how into all of the things that we're doing. All right? Can we start in the third phrase? Yeah. That's fine. So this is measure 9 of the exercise. Yeah, sorry, new person, I get it. Do you have a congruent ready position? This might sound really lame, but I find this to be really an important thing. And it doesn't really matter what it is. It's what matters is that everyone in the section is doing it the same way every time. That's all that matters. And then I put my hands up and you go from that position to the playing position. That's it. Good, we'll try it again. Excellence is in the details. Small thing, how we do small things is how we do all things. All these little catchphrases, they fit in right here, okay? Measure 9, third phrase. Attack together, breathe together, move together, play together. Here we go, move. Again, yep, early, We had one person who was early. That's okay. It just means that the team wasn't all together. Everybody moves. Good. Not do it the same. We're not going to do it the same way. When I hear Mr. T, and I know he wasn't thinking about this, and that kind of makes it better. When we say we're going to play the chorale, does that sound like a foundational exercise that's building skills, or does that sound like routine? It's routine. Okay? It's routine. Okay? That's why I fight all my methods students here at the university. I talk about the word warm-up, and I tell them to never use the word warm-up. Don't use the word warm-up with their future students. Warm-up, is warming up important? Is warming up your physical apparatus and like the instrument area, is that an important thing to do? Yes. Okay. Does warm-up imply that we're building skills or that we are going through routine? Routine. Okay, we're going through routine. So if we want to be intentional with the most important part of our rehearsal every day, the most important part is that first third. Hopefully you're spending about a third of your rehearsal time on skill building. That happens at the beginning, first 15 minutes or so of your rehearsal, okay? That's when we are installing concepts, right? And then the concerts, that's when we get to do the fun stuff. We get to play the rep and do all that stuff. But then the concepts carry over to the concerts, okay? So are you being intentional with every element, or are you just going through routine? There's value in routine. Yes, you have to breathe. Yes, you have to do all those things. But how can we shift the context a little bit so that we are not just autopiloting through this in order to get to the repertoire, okay? And I talk to my students about, yes, you're going to teach concepts, but then you're also going to shift context just a little bit. So you're going to do it different every once in a while, okay? And in fact, I try to do it different every single time, all right? So go back to measure 9, and we're going to do it a little different this time. We're going to connect together. I'm going to lead because I'm up here on this box, and it's helpful if you have someone leading the way. But let's see if we can be responsive. Let's see if we can focus on the how, and we're going to shift context ever so slightly to create something that's beautiful, all right? Here we go, measure 9. That's the right idea. Did it sound great the entire time? No. Were we more plugged in and intentional that time than we were before? Yes. Okay? So what's the skill right now? The skill is connection. The skill is connection. The skill is being connected from the front all the way to the back, from the side to the side. Okay? Now do it again. Do it again, and let's see if we can just hear it a little bit. Hear the pitches. Don't let the quantity of sound, when we play louder, impact the quality of sound when we're playing our instruments. Does that make sense? You with me? You hear how gnarly it got when we started to play louder? Yeah, it's okay. It happens to everybody. Let's try it again. Fight that tendency. Here we go. I'm going to do it different. Connect. Good. So it was a new game. It It was the same game, but like we played it a little different, which is great. And what did it sound better? Most of the time. Were some people taken by surprise? Yeah, because it was different than the routine, okay? So the more you can change it up, the better off you're going to be, all right? Concepts, yes, concepts during your foundations session, absolutely. Those create better concerts. And then if you can be a bit more, if you can be more flexible, the greatest ability is flexibility. If you can be a bit more flexible with what's going on as you're connected, then amazing things can happen in your concerts. Your concerts aren't then just pre-programmed, we're doing it at this metronome marking from here to there. No, they can become sublime experiences. They can transcend what's going on the page, okay? So that all starts in your foundations. Hope that makes sense. My man, are you ready? Yes. All right, cool.
So for each of these three classes that you have, I'm going to steal the clinician for just a few minutes to talk to them about what they're doing, and then they'll be back in. So they can either take a break, or you should listen to your band director now and always. So follow instructions. Yes, don't move. He'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes.
And if you want to get your next tune out, that's childhood, remembered him, whatever's going on. Childhood. Yeah. Can we just talk ball the whole time, or is that not what the Go Pats?
I already mentioned the Red Sox once.
Did you?
It was a John Casagrande story.
Oh, there you go.
All right, here we are with Dr. Gumble.
Hey.
Can you give us a little bit of an insight into, you were just obviously warming.
We were taking the warm-up and what can often feel like a routine, just like just going through the motions for bands, and trying to get them to rethink their approach. So rather than taking what is really the most important element of our rehearsal, which would be the first third of rehearsal, where we're trying to teach concepts. We're trying to develop a musical default. And like it actually should be the part of rehearsal that's least routine, right, in many ways. So there is a physical element to, yes, I need to get my breathing apparatus figured out. I need to, like, I get it. The horn needs to be working, all that kind of stuff. That should be happening, a minute or two before rehearsal. And then once we're here, it's all about connection, non-verbally, verbally. Like if we sit the same way, we're probably going to put our instruments up the same way. If we put our instruments up the same way, we're probably going to breathe the same way. And if we're doing that, we're heightening the probability that the desired result is actually going to happen. So it's just reframing that idea.
Yeah, that's great. It's a challenge at the beginning of rehearsals, of course, for any band director, because there's a limited amount of time, right? Time is the most precious commodity in terms of in front of the. I've never done the job, but I'm married to someone who has.
We never have it. We have to make it.
Yeah, exactly.
Life lesson number 4.
So you've got to kind of, script it, but if it's too scripted, then the brain isn't activated, and
Yeah. So like, how do we take how do we take that part of rehearsal? And I really think it's just simple recontextualization. This time, we talk with our method students here all the time at Westchester, who, they're training to become band directors too, and we're like, here is the tendency trap. The tendency trap is to treat it like a warm-up, and if we say it's a warm-up and we treat it like a warm-up, then it's the value, we don't yield the value from this part of our rehearsal the way that we could. So this time, let's try is like a magical phrase, Let's play this chorale, phrase 1. This time, let's try something different. This time, let's play a piano. This time, let's add a subito, whatever. Bonus points if you can do it non-verbally from conductor to performer. So you're developing that that the nonverbal communication that's so critical from the podium. And I find that a lot of conductors will treat the warm-up like a warm-up and just kind of beat 4/4 time. Okay, cool. There's a time and a place for it. There's a time to have the metronome on in the room. All those things are important. But what kind of value could we be yielding if we're making it an intentional music experience?
Oh, that's great. Yeah, good stuff.
No,
Let's
you're
get.
great.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
No.
thank you for noticing. All right, we're gonna get him back in there
glow about you,
for,
man. It must be
for the second half.
It's a Boston thing. Yeah. Go Pats. Woo! What an interview. Oh my gosh. We're going to be talking about that one for years. The cameras were rolling, man. Once the lights go on, baby, he just, no, I was like, can we just talk ball the whole time? We talk about the Patso line and.
Oh, so yeah, he's a Patriots guy.
Yeah, for sure. All right, what are we doing? Childhood Remembered. I love this. Let's go. Oh, go for it, man. You got it.
All right, here we go. All right, we all set back there, percussion folks.
3-ring circus. There's even an exclamation point in the title. That means it's exciting. Oh, okay.
All right. Show me what the ready position looks like. We're back. We're in. Here we go. From the tippy tap. You guys all set back there? Cool. Right. Here you go.
The most important part of any rep. Sorry, that energy was probably incongruent with what you were ready to deal with. The most important thing that happens here at the beginning is what? Like, what are you doing right here and now as you're preparing to do this chunk or this rep, any rep, inside, outside, wherever it is? What is going on in your brain? Yeah. Love this. We're looking at any written reminders we have in the music. That's love. Love notes from past you, right? I'm re-engaging with the love letters that I wrote myself at some point. What do those love letters do? They heighten the probability of the desired result. And previous you was a star for doing that. Good. What else are you doing? So you're engaging with your love letters. What else? What else are you doing? Staring blankly into the void. No, yeah, what are you doing? Focus on breath. I love that. Recenter and focus on breath. That's great. Engaging with the physicality, what needs to physically happen for me to be successful this time. I love that. What else is happening? Yeah. Oh my God, yes. Yes. We are audiating, fancy pants musical term, for hearing it before we play it. We're audiating through our parts. What does that do? Heightens the probability that I'm going to bring this sound into this space. That's great. I'm engaging with what's on the page. What needs to happen? We have to engage our minds, our bodies, and our spirits. Okay? That's critical. Okay? So make sure that that happens. It's super easy to not do that. All right, here we go. AI. That's the it's a 9-second delay. We could
9-second delay.
we bleeped that one out. So
All right, cool.
family show.
All right, let's lock back in.
So right now is a low probability that we're going to be any good. So yeah, that's okay. Think about what needs to happen. Have the music live inside you and be in good shape. Cleansing breaths. Yeah, it's great. It's cool. All right, how long have we had this piece? How long have we been living with this? Great. So this is fresh, right? Cool. The ingredients, like it's not fully baked, right? It's not. It hasn't been in the oven for months or whatever. This is like the ingredients have been put together and you have just put it in the oven, kind of thing. That's great. That's exactly. We just got the stuff out of the fridge. I love that. So with that in mind, we're in a pretty good spot. Okay. I'd love for you to go back to the beginning. I'm just going to plant one seed. Right now, when the ingredients are first going into the pan or coming out of the fridge or whatever analogy you want to use here, it's really easy for us to be focusing on our level 1 responsibilities. Okay? Level 1 responsibilities, for those who I haven't worked with, are your I-me responsibilities. Okay? So what notes am I supposed to be playing? What rhythms am I? It's all about me, 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 me. What am I supposed to sound like? And when you're first reading the piece, it's super simple for it to be just about you and the sheet of paper that's in front of you. And that's totally natural. And as you get to be stronger and as you go through the process, you understand your level 1 responsibilities. You feel good about them. And then it can move from level 1 to level 2, which would be what? Level 2 is not I, me. Level 2 starts with wa, ends with e, us. We, us. Very good. You're brilliant. Exactly. So I want you to start to think more or try to accelerate your process and get to the we, us a little bit quicker. Okay? Now, at the top, I think this starts with, and actually in general, this starts with just knowing your role. Am I the main idea? Am I the melody? Am I the main character in the story? All right? Am I some sort of accompaniment? Am I a rhythmic accompaniment or am I a static accompaniment? So know your role. And sometimes you're going to go from being the main idea. Actually, a lot of the time, you go from being the main character to being a background character. And it might happen in a beat or two. It might happen like that. All right? But start to identify your role so that we can move more quickly from just me, myself, and my part to something that's more musically cohesive. Start at the beginning. Nah. Caesar Milan. Great. All right. I love it. That was a much better attack at the beginning, by the way. Beautiful. What happens, who's the main character, would you say, from the beginning up through measure 4? Who has the most interesting material? What do you think? You guys? Yeah. Anybody who's playing something like bumpy, 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 bump. Most of the time, it's the black notes on the page that are moving the most. All right? A lot of the time. That have the most shape to them. All right? That's for the first 4 measures. Play your part in the first 4 bars. So 1 and 2 and main idea. Good. There's one of these 2 parts that's more active than the other. All right? If you have a more active part, bring out where there's more activity. I'll give you a hint. It's so for those 16th notes, those pop through the texture a little bit because they're more active. Try it again. And 1 and 2 and Good. Add the berry in there as well. Here we go. And 1 and 2, beginning and go. Good. And I love, we put a little bit of direction there at the end of just a little bit of direction at the end. That's really smart. It's not written in the music, but it's implied, okay? We're leading to this musical moment. That was brilliant, okay? Good for you. Now, what happens right after that? Do you know who comes in measure 5? Someone else with something more important. So with that in mind, what do you need to do at measure 5? Say it again. Quiet down. Yeah. So you have to know and acknowledge it. The music, your part doesn't tell you to do that. Your part doesn't say play softer here. But you know this because you're going to be more we us with that, right? And we know that somebody else comes in, so you're going to reduce your dynamic. You can just write a minus under your part. That's what I have my students do all the time. It's like pluses and minuses. Pluses mean I'm really important. Minuses mean I need to back off. I'm not going to change maybe the letters that are on the page. I'm just going to add a minus to know where I am in the texture. Okay? And then what do we do when we come in at 5? You're a plus. You're the main idea. Okay? Here we go. Here's the beginning. Everybody's in. Yeah, okay. What the heck? Yeah. And here's the top. So nice. Friends, the level of maturity, again, it goes up a notch every time we move from being selfish to selfless. The more we're selfless, the more it's we us, the more mature the approach is. Okay? And it was like a whole different ensemble that time. The maturity was through the roof. Good for you. Hey, I loved hearing clarinets and oboe shaping this line just a little bit. That was really, really nice. So they're taking, when the line goes up, they're coloring it with a dynamic that gets louder. When the line goes down, they're coloring it with a dynamic that gets softer. So there's more motion in the music. Life lesson number 8, motion yields emotion. The more motion we play with, the more emotion we're going to feel here and they're going to feel out there. Okay? Motion yields emotion. So don't wait for an invitation to play with motion. Here's the beginning again. Sorry, we weren't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that. Here we go. Alto saxes love that. And I love the buoyance of beautifully played. Here we go. Little build. Bum bum bing ding. One, two, three. That's so nice. It's so nice. Oh my gosh. We get to 13. We get additional folks who get to play the main character. Or if you want to think of it this way, think about this piece as its own storyline, as its own movie. And then each one of you is a character. Each section is a character in the movie. And then there are times where you have lines to deliver. Okay? Your job when you're delivering lines is to deliver them in a way that is full of emotion and that people want to listen to. And everybody else's job is to make sure that we can hear those lines being delivered. All right? So the camera, everybody's playing a role when it comes to the cinematography here, right? The directorship. So we focus our attention. The camera focuses in on the main material. Okay? You're start at 13. 13, just the melody people, just the main characters. Here we go. At 13, and 1 and 2 with a pickup. Again, and that's it. Yep, breathe on. Make sure we breathe in time to play in time. 1, 2, 3. Yep, cool. And I love it. I love when you get the opportunity to play Bibbidi Bobbidi Boos. Rosanna Galante is a huge fan of Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. So when you see those triplets or those sextuplets, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, more air through the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Okay, that's the right idea. Can we do something? Let's agree on what we're going to do on the dotted quarter note. The first one. Right now it's just kind of sitting there. Do we want it to grow, or do we want it to decay? All right, let's try grow. Let's try grow. Let's see which one we like more. Here we go. This is adding how to the what. Here we go. And 13, just the main idea. Everybody else has to pay attention to this too, because then your job is to support what they're doing from a shaping standpoint. Here we go. Here's 13. 1 and 2, main idea. Here's the growth. Yeah, okay. That was cool. That was an interesting energy, right? What's the opposite? Let's try it. See what happens. And 1 and 2 and decay this time. Door number, which one feels more musical? 1 or 2? I agree. I think 1 is way more musical. I think the direction was beautiful, right? Everybody's in at 13. So if they're going to grow, everybody else, here's what we should have heard. If they're going to grow on beats 3 and 4 on that dotted quarter note, what should you do to support that? Grow. So what you should have heard was, let's add a crescendo that supports that part of the melody. All right? Let's see what happens if everybody adds that crescendo in. It's going to feel really cool. There's going to be a lot of motion. Here we go. Here's 13. 1 and 2 with a pickup. 3 and... Yeah, it's just so good. It's just so good. Like, that was goosebump level 2. That was really, really strong. Out of 5, it's good, though. You don't need a goosebump level 5 in this moment, right? Do it again. Do it again. Get addicted to what it feels like to have those moments. That's what makes music really cool. Here we go. 1 and 2, 13. Yeah, changes the tenor of the entire thing. Good for us. Very, very cool. Hey, dee da 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 dee da dee da 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 dee da dee. Let's just make sure that we attack those accents. We treat those accents in a congruent manner. Okay. This is before 21. 1, 2, 3, 4 bars, please. 4 before 21. Everybody's in. And if you're playing a syncopation, here's a musicianship rule: long note tied to short note equals space, equals release on the short note. So if you see da, 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 the half note tied to the 8th note, that means make space on that 8th note on beat 3. Da, space, da, da, dee, da, da, da. Bonus points if you hit those white notes, hit them, quit them, and grow. So there's some motion in there. Here we go. Here's 4 before 21. You're doing great. Oh my gosh. Freaking warriors. And 1 and 2, here we go. And now. Good. That's it. That's it. That's the right idea. Same thing. And isolate this so everybody knows and understands this. 4 before 21, if you play da, 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 dee. If you play that, here we go. And 1 and 2 and Yeah, we have to get used to putting some motion we have to get used to injecting motion in everything. If motion yields emotion, we want to inject motion into everything. So half note, just listen. Accented half note. Listen to me. Everyone's going to sizzle this back. Hear it? It's almost like a forte piano, but not really, but kind of is, right? Go ahead and sizzle that. Everybody, sizzle that rhythm back to me with that intent. 2, ready, and sizzle. Good. The sound is seeking the silence. Sound seeks silence. Say it. Sound seeks silence. Good. Easy. Just remember it. Sound seeks silence. Silence seeks sound. All right? Everything is, but isn't everything seeking something? Yes. That's where all the motion in the music comes from. Sound seeks silence. Okay? Everybody's in 4 before 21. I trust those low folks that's going to be money in the bank. Here we go. 4 before 2, 1. And 1 and 2 and 4 before. Yep, that's the right idea. And hey, the main event is not what we were just rehearsing. The main event in this section is anyone playing dee da 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 dee da da dee da dee. How do we know? Because they're moving black notes that have more activity than what it is we were just rehearsing. Okay? It's a singable melody. It's what the main character that's delivering lines. Okay? Let me hear you folks who are the main idea, please. 4 before 21. Dee da 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 dee da da ee. 1 and 2 and Okay, that's the right idea. So let's get a little level set. Anytime you want to set a level, just isolate the dynamic. Here's something we teach our students here. Isolate to educate. If you want to get better, isolate the thing. Isolate to educate. If we want the dynamic to be better, get rid of all the other stuff. Go ahead and play this downbeat by itself. 4 before. You're going to play it and hold it at the dynamic we want. And ready, and Good. We could use more volume from just about everybody in the room, especially second trumpet, especially second alto. Here we go. Again, and 2, and play it and hold it. Yeah, lots and lots of sound. That's the right idea. One more time. This time, crescendo for 4 beats. All right? Start that volume and crescendo for 4. Here we go. And 2, and ready, crescendo. That's your volume. That's the default. Go ahead and play that. That's your default. And 2, right on it. And good. Now play dee da 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 dee da da ee da da da. Right there. You just proved you could do it. Here we go. And 1 and 2, play the stuff. And go. I think your friends will say they prefer that sound. That's a far more triumphant sound. That's far more, I think, what Galante is looking for here than the but da 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 dee da da. That was money in the bank. All right, every single time. Good for you. This is 4 before 21. Everybody's in, isolated, and then we'll put it in context. And 4 before 2 1, and 1 and 2. Be brave. And yeah. So good. Now, put it all back together. Put it all back together. Go back to measure 1. And we know we've got 1 to 21. We're feeling really good about it. Okay? Feeling really, really good about it. Most important part of a rep, what happens before it? Engagement. Most important part of a rep, what happens after it? Reflection. Okay? So anything we just did from 1 to 21, take this opportunity, reflect on those things, engage in what's about to happen. Okay? Reflect on what has happened, engage with what's about to happen. And then we invariably perform at a higher level. That's rep. Reflect, engage, perform. Okay? So take 8 seconds and Mr. T is going to conduct you through it. I appreciate your silence as you do this. It's so good. All right, be great. Good. So good. Good. Did that feel different than it did earlier? It being the first 21 bars. That feel different? Yes. No. Yeah. Why? What was different? We went in, we pulled it apart and put it back together, but what did we do at a higher level? We executed. Good. I like that. Okay. We executed at a higher level, which is good. What'd you do? What's that? Full scholarship. Yeah. We were more, not a binding agreement. That's not in writing, although it did just go out to the internet, so who knows. Yeah. Yeah, we were more connected. All right? We were more connected. You're more connected. We're achieving at a higher level. That means we're more connected with the music. Would you agree? We're more connected with those first 21 bars. Yes. But once we're more connected with the music, we can then be more connected with one another. And that's what music is all about. That's why you do this thing called band. And I know we only did a warm-up and a chorale and 20 bars of music. Think about what you can copy and paste from that experience that hopefully can elevate everything that you're doing. All right? Level 1, I, me. Level 2, we, us. It's not what you play, it's how you play. You ever hear, it's not what you say, it's how you say it? You've heard that before? Hey, it's not what you play, it's how you play it. Okay? Focusing on the how, not just the what. All right? Being intentional with everything that we're doing. Yes, routine's important, but boy, oh boy, if we just shift the context ever so slightly, great things can happen because we heighten engagement. All of those things, all right? And if you keep doing all of those things, you have no choice but to get better. You're working with some rando dude who's here at Westchester for, half an hour or 40 minutes or whatever, actually like an hour, something like that. And think about the things that we were just able to accomplish. Now copy-paste that every single time you get together, and you're the best band in the state if you do that. That's just the reality, okay? Beautiful, beautiful work. Here's what I'm going to request. I don't know, what time is it? Well, we're supposed to be done. Here's what I'm going to request. It's entirely possible the next clinician's going to come in here and maybe pick up where we left off. But I want you to think of right now, most important part of the rep is what happens right after it, right? Right now, I'm going to ask you to write down your one big takeaway. If you have more than one, good for you, all right? Write more than one down. But one big takeaway that you can copy and paste from this session into the remainder of your experience here today, and then hopefully beyond today. That's my hope. And then when I see you again, you can tell me what that is. What was your takeaway, and whether or not it was something that moved the needle for you, or if it was just a one-time thing. That's okay too. Maybe it's something that's musical. Maybe it's something you can copy-paste from music into the rest of your life. Excellence really is in the details. How we do small things really is how we do all things. Being proactive isn't just about playing in tune, right? It's about being prepared for everything. Being connected is the most important thing. It's more important to be connected than be corrected. I like rhyming words, by the way. Thank you. Yeah. Jacob's going to write it. Where's my ghostwriter? Is Jacob in here? Jacob's a ghostwriter. So, all right. And hey, thank you. Every time I have the opportunity to hang out with you guys, I love it. I really do. And I love hearing the band. I love seeing the band every year. I love hearing the band get better every year. I love getting to know you over the courses of your careers. Hopefully this isn't the last time. We have a lot of Warwick folks roaming the halls here at the Wells School of Music, and it seems to be a great marriage. So really appreciate you, appreciate this guy, and I hope you do too. So a fish doesn't know it's in water. The water you get to swim in every single day with this individual is special water, and you don't realize until you're out in other ponds. Okay, so all right, I'm going to give you some time to decompress, and I think you're working with Dr. Balmanis. So I'm so excited for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
All right, what a wonderful clinic there by Dr. Gumbel. The Warwick High School Band they sound wonderful. Really, really great. One of my favorite things about this event is that you are now going to get to see that exact same group working with two other band directors. Next up is Dr. Julia Baumanis from Rutgers. And then after dinner is going to be Dr. Hannah Morrison from Westchester University right here. Yeah, they sound great. I really love watching Adam work with groups. I think he has a really, he has a way of putting things that are just like immediately digestible by students, and he just shares a lot of actionable advice, which gives kids momentum in the moment. And yeah, he's great. Please do not tell him I said any of that, because I will deny it. We are in the middle right now of a short break before our second session, which is going to start at 3:45. That is going to be, as I just said, with Dr. Julia Baumanis from Rutgers. We will see, I'm not sure exactly what music she will be working on with them, but I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. I've not gotten to see her work, so I'm actually quite excited by that because she has a really, really great reputation. To remind you of our schedule, this next clinic is from 3:45 until 5. And then we have a dinner break from 5 until 6. And then at 6 o'clock, we have a band director roundtable, which the 3 high school directors who are here today at the event will join the 3 band directors from Westchester University, as well as the special guest clinician, Dr. Baumanis. And so the 7 of them will have a roundtable for an hour, just talking about various things with band directors and with music in general. During that time, I will be working with all 3 bands at once, doing a clinic with them, working on just musicianship type stuff. And then we will have our last session of the evening is 7:15 until 8. That one is shorter because by that point in the day, the students are understandably quite tired. And that'll be Dr. Morrison working with the group here. And then we will get to hear a performance at 8:15 of all 3 bands. Some of them will be playing only very short things and even portions of pieces. Because they're very early in the process here with some of them just got this music. And then the performance will conclude with a couple pieces from the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction of Dr. Andrew Jozwiak. I just messed up the name Andrew, which is my own name. It's a really good, and they literally brought me here only to talk. So yeah, anyway. Okay. Quickly want to thank a few of our sponsors here. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy and shop, with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee, satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. So thank you very much to J.W. Pepper for their support and helping to make this event possible. Also, thank you to KHS America and Jupiter Band Instruments for making my appearance possible, in part through an educational grant from the KHS Academic Alliance and from Jupiter Band Instruments and XO Brass. I will be playing my XO tuba for the kids during the clinic that'll be happening during the roundtable, but thank you to KHS America for helping to make my appearance possible. And then also, a big thank you to the National Band Association. The National Band Association provides support to our nation's bands through access to mentors and mentor programs, support of new music created specifically for bands of all levels and experience through our composition contests, support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through our mentor projects, and support of bands and band music of all types and levels through our concert band symposiums like this one. Any students listening or watching this feed should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. I'm quite biased. My wife is on the board of directors of the National Band Association, so I'm not impartial, but they are a really incredible organization that does incredible work. And then finally, a thank you, of course, to Westchester University and the Wells School of Music. Westchester University will host its annual Wind Band Conducting Symposium July 13th to 17th this summer in the Madeleine wing of the Adler Theater on the campus of Westchester University. Guest clinicians Shanti Simon and Eric Wilson will join hosts Andrew Yozviak, Hannah Morrison, and Adam Gumbel. The Westchester University Summer Wind Conducting Symposium is designed to provide musicians the opportunity to sharpen conducting skills, strengthen score study techniques, broaden knowledge of wind literature, and refine rehearsal techniques. Students may participate in the symposium in one of two different levels. Conducting participants will conduct chamber ensembles during morning sessions and a full wind ensemble in the afternoon. Participation at this level will be limited to the first 14 applicants with paid deposits. Others will be engaged in all of the day's activities but will not conduct the ensembles. Registration is open right now, actually. Visit our website for schedules, tuition, information, repertoire, and to download a brochure that is on the Westchester University website. Which if you just search, if you Google the Westchester University Summer Wind Conducting Symposium, then that will pop right up. So we are going to take a break here while the students finish their break. If you're just joining, we are listening to the Warwick High School Band, which is under the direction of Matt Tenalia. But we are going to get to see Dr. Julie Baumanis work with the group next. She is one of the band directors at Rutgers University. She has an incredible reputation, and I have not seen her work. I'm really excited to get to watch a little bit of this now. And also, if you did not catch the first session, about approximately halfway through the session, I'm going to pull her out and talk to her very briefly about what she's doing, about what she's going to do, just a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of the pedagogy, and then we will send her back in to finish up that second session, which will lead us to dinner. So momentarily, we will hear the Warwick High School Band being clinicked by Dr. Julia Baumanis, and thank you for joining us.
form friendships, form opportunities and experiences that we can all grow from and learn from. I love this day. So we're gonna start. We just came up with a game plan. We're actually gonna get three-ring circus in front of you guys.
Ah, already I'm the favorite clinician. Yes.
And then after we get through that a little bit, we have an hour and 15 minutes. So depending on where you're at mentally and all that stuff, we might go back to childhood then towards the back end. So yeah. Cool. I love it.
I'm not familiar with this piece of his. Yeah.
Now our clarinets, a lot of our clarinets.
Okay.
Yeah, we usually have a team of 9 or 10 of them, but
All
these days we do
midterms.
not have a midterm or sports thing after school, so
Nice. So holding down the fort. Got it.
okay. We made an agreement with Lucy that if I don't follow through some of the things that Dr. Campbell was talking about setting you guys up for success with your ready positions and stuff, Lucy's going to hold me that standard every single time, every single day. She's going to yell at me. And, yep. So, all right. Yeah. You should all yell at me if I don't do that. All right. So let's see what that ready position looks like. Okay. We're going to start right at the top. And we're going to talk about minute stop. What's your ready position look like? Come on. Come on, we'll just move it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi everybody, how you doing? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, and you sound great. Okay. Yeah, you all know this. Okay. A lot of what any of the clinicians will say today is stuff that you've probably already heard from your wonderful band director. Okay. I might just say it in a different way that might stick a little bit more. Okay. I was talking to him, and like he said, we met each other for the first time. Okay. What's cool about music is that relationships, the music world is so small, okay? I actually know Adrian Sims. What's cool about Adrian, and this probably makes a little bit of sense now that you've played his music a little bit, he's a staff arranger for Pixar and did a lot of work on The Incredibles. Does that make sense now in some of these little, it sounds almost like cartoon music, doesn't it? Yeah, like animated music. It makes a ton of sense, okay? So when we play music by somebody who does this kind of stuff, anybody also know the name John Mackey? Yes. Okay, Wacky, oh, I like that. Okay, Wacky Mackey, okay. He is also a person that writes very animated music, okay? When there are things written in his music, he really means it. So when you write a staccato in something by Adrian, he really means separated. When it's followed by a sforzando, he really wants you to punch it, okay? So all that to say, when you're playing in a concert hall, depending on the acoustics, and this is a very nice hall, sometimes you have to do a little bit more with the articulation stuff to make it really pop, especially in music like this, okay? With that idea, can we start from the beginning again, okay? We're just gonna do as much as we did. Somebody tell me where we left off. Right before 48, thank you very much, okay? And I want you to do the following. Play into the articulation a little bit more. Also understand what your role is. If you're melody, bring it out. If you're not, bring it back. And anytime there's something different, like a sforzando that comes out, I really want you to emphasize it. Percussion, He is right, just in this hall. I think it's because of the shield right above you. Your sound is coming out a ton, so go ahead and bring it back just because of the balance of this place, okay? Here we are, beginning, please. Like that, and 1, ready, and. Yeah. Good. So at 14, I see beat up 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 beep up 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 ba beat up 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 beep up 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 ba. Let's try it. 14 and 1, ready, go. Yeah. Good. Good. And I'm sight reading here, so I missed that time signature. Okay. Hey, that's better. Okay. How does that feel compared to when you play this in your band room? Does it feel any different? Or kind of the same? Any different? Yes or no? Yeah, some of you are like, yeah. Okay, so in what way? What way is it different? The environment you're playing in, yeah. The environment, yeah. So you're, yeah. It's a lot of echo. It's a lot of boom. Okay, so then you got to play with it. What's your performance venue situation?
It's very similar to it's huge. And we always, that's one of the things I struggle with, right?
Yeah.
The box.
Yeah.
To the space and what to tell and
Yeah.
how to, so any advice that
Yeah.
I struggle with at first reading in the setting.
Sure. Yeah, so I have the same situation, okay? I play in, my band room at Rutgers is very, very, very dry, meaning there's almost no echo. And then we get into Nicholas Music Center, which is like 800 seats and really giant, and it's very, very echoey and boomy. What I do is the following. I use my band room to really isolate and hear things like intonation, because an echoey room will cover up intonation stuff. What an echoey room will hurt you in is crisp, clean articulation. So I always say right before we get to the stage to start drying up things, make more space. But in the moment when I'm in the band room, I always use the ear a lot more, because if they're successful in a dry room to make everything in tune, it's gonna sound beautiful in the echoey room. Does that make sense a little bit? Okay. So all that to say, you are in a performance space that is like where you do your concerts, okay? I would like you, if you are in a boomy space, to make everything that is supposed to be short and lifted even more short and lifted. Can we start back at the beginning? And I want to commend your Barry sax player, because I think you're playing with the correct style of how short things need to be. Okay, very, very nicely done. All right. Beginning again. Can you make a bigger deal out of this mezzo piano crescendo to double fun forte? And 1, ready, go. Keep it lifting. Good. And feet up. Good. Yeah, okay. Good. I'm already hearing a lot of the stuff he's written pop out a little bit more. Do you hear the difference? It's more energized than what you did before. Very, very nicely done. Trumpets, I love the flutter tongue stuff. That's excellent. That's a good technique there, okay? Can I hear, please, we're gonna go backwards a little bit. This is 4 before 24. Can I hear just the woodwinds and the trumpets, please? Woodwinds and trumpets. All woodwinds plus trumpets. 4 before 24. 1, ready, go. Yeah, 4 before 24. 1, 2, also known as bar 20. Sorry, I didn't realize you have, do you have measure numbers on everything? No, okay. Bar 20 or 4 before 24. It's a 3/4 bar. 1, ready, go. So do you hear that it's yap up 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 beep up 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 beep up beep up up up? It's kind of like group 1, add a little bit, and then shout to the end. Did you hear that? Listen for that one more time. And 1, ready, go. Yeah, so it actually is group Second group, less people, and then shout towards the end. Very cool, and that's how like animation music really has a lot of energy because they play around with the balance here, okay? Can you do it one more time? And I want you, if you're not playing, to listen to see if everybody's note length and style is the same. Okay, try it. Same people, and 1, ready, go. What do you think, same? Unified, yes or no? Or are you unsure of what I'm asking? It's like, eh. How many of you feel like it's like, okay? Okay, I would agree, okay? Again, because we're in a concert space that's echoey, everything needs to be shorter. And what I'm missing is the accented stuff versus the non-accented stuff. If we played everything like ba 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 beep ba 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 beep ba beep ba beep ba beep ba ba, is that exciting? Not really. Or ja ba 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 beep ba 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 beep ba ba ba, which is what he's written. Different, right? Emphasize, overemphasize the symbols that he's put on the page for you. Let's get everybody in bar 20, please. Overplay. I want to say, Warwick, this is too much style. This is too accented. Okay? All right? Is that how I say your school name? Warwick? Is this? But this is Warwick, PA. There's a Warwick in New Jersey, too. For a second, I saw that I was clinicking you guys. I was like, New Jersey? They have like 2 people in their band. Different school. All right, overplay that style. 1, ready, go. Here we go. Accent. Again. Hey! Question for you. Does that sound different? How so?
Because you're getting more, we're making a bigger deal out of those accents and making that feel, you can feel the punch, right? I love that. That's going to jump your performance from here to there. It's gonna jump.
Do you all hear the difference from your seats? A little bit, okay. I think we could do more, but that's why we're here, okay? It's also pretty early, right, for you on this piece? Like, when are you performing this? May. Okay, so you have...
This is probably the one we do at the end.
Okay. Okay, so we still have plenty of time. Yeah. Yeah, so you all are in great shape. But I agree. If you could hear it a little bit from your seats, you're on your way to doing this kind of stuff, okay? Now the trick is, as you're punching these accents and making sure that you could hear the difference between what is accented and what's not, you have to remember who has the melody at any given time, okay? So I have an experiment for us, okay? Can we start bar 31? That's 4 before 35. It's a 3/4 bar that follows a 6/8. You see it? Point to it. You got it? We're going to play it slow. And I want you to still maintain the accents, but I want you to now identify if you have the melody. What do you do if you have the melody to your dynamic level? Say again? Play louder. What do you do if you don't have the melody? Get out of the way of the melody, people. Okay, we're going to play it slow. Still great style, great accents, but I want you to figure out if you got the melody and if you have to amp it up, and if you don't have the melody, if you have to bring it down volume-wise, okay? 4 before 35. What? Ready, and. Who has the melody and who doesn't, okay? You did a much better job, especially going into 35 of melodic versus not melodic, okay? Help me out here. At 35, everybody's playing piano at the beginning or mezzo forte? First time, yeah? Okay. And then we go into fortissimo there, and that's okay, okay? We're gonna work on that. Can we start right at 35? And if you think you have the melody, play at 35. We'll play it faster tempo again. 1, ready, go. melody. Now, it sounds like we have really strong individuals. We have strong bari sax, we have strong trombone players, we have strong euphoniums, we have strong tubas, but what it needs to sound like is a strong low voice section. No one person sticking out. Trombones, it's a march at the end of the day, right? It's a circus march. Guess what? This is the dogfight section. Do you know what a dogfight is in a march? All right, so a little history lesson. That's okay. They probably know, and you probably said it. Don't worry, okay? A little history lesson. Marches have first strain, second strain. Okay, think about dee da dee da ba ya ba 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 ba. First strain, right? You know that. You can sing in your sleep. Then you have ba 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 be da ba da be da ba 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 beep ba 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 ba. You know that part? Yes or no? That's the dogfight section. Why do they call it? Are there actually dogs fighting? No. It is an old term for when airplanes used to be in battle with each other, and they would call it dogfight. Okay? It's supposed to sound like that kind of stuff up in the sky. This is what happens here at 35. Trombones, it was written for you. So trombones, I think you play louder. Euphoniums, you are like the really cool cousin of the trombones. Okay, so you got to help them out and amp up your volume. Tubas, because it is a melodic line, which doesn't happen for tubas very often. I love that Adrian gave that to you. Make sure that it's shorter. Your instrument in general is going to sound like you're playing longer notes just because of the nature of it, okay? So shorten it up, louder, louder. Bari sax, you're doing great. Same people, same place, 35, melody. G, ba, 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 and 1, ready, go. Okay, volume better, good job trombones, volume better, good, length also better, okay. Question for the group, in a march, which this is a circus march, are the notes probably gonna be like a longer situation, like legato situation, or like something like marcato? Marcato, yeah, exactly right. Can you play this really, really marcato? Ba, 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 be, da, da, dee, instead of ba, da, dee, da, 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 da. Because in an echoey space, that's going to sound like do you know what the Charlie Brown teacher sounds like? Wah, 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 wah. It won't sound clear at all because of the space. Shorten it up, here we are. Really, really short. Melody people, 35. And 1, ready, go. Yeah, good. Check your articulation. Do you have slurs in your part? Some? Okay. I would make sure that it's unified with what the brass has. They do not have slurs. So I have da, ta, 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 slur, ta. Is that what you have? All right, make sure that I have ta, 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 ta. Right now I'm hearing ba, da, 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 da. Everybody 35, first time. Thanks for your patience. Now, if you're not that part, don't cover it up. And 1, ready, go. Seven horns. Are you kidding? 9 horns? All right. I don't mean this to be, well, she didn't say my instrument, so therefore not for me. But when I tell you that there are a few instruments in this room that are scholarship instruments, the horn is one of them. If you stick with it, and if you want to do music in the college thing, whatever, horn is a scholarship instrument. What else is a scholarship instrument? That thing right there, oboe. If you had a bassoon, I don't see a bassoon. Used to, scholarship. Timpani, of all things. And if you're really with it, tuba. Look at those. They're so excited. Okay? Not to say that my trumpets, my clarinets, my flutes, my saxophones can't get, okay, a scholarship, and the rest of our battery percussion can't, okay? It's just more people play our instruments, so more competition, okay? Horns. Can I hear, how does this rip work for you? How you doing on that? You got it? What rip? It has 3 before 48. I have 1, 2, boy. Do you see that little thing? That's a rip. You got it? Can I hear it? Let's try it. I'll give you 1, 2, boy. Here we are, and 1, 2. Yeah, so here's a great way to practice that. Play the lowest note. Ready, go. There it is. Play the next note. Back to the low. High. Good. Now that you have it in your ear, let's try it. 1, 2, ba-yum, and 1, 2. Yes, and then know that you're on it for 3 beats, and then you go ee-da-da, back down, okay? Saxophones, you could help them out there because you also have that, and you don't have to deal with partials like the horn has to deal with partials. Can I hear horns and saxophones as the alto saxes on the rip? This is 3 before 48. I'll give you 2 when you're in. And 1, 2. Yeah, and then you go be-da-da after that, okay? Can we start at 44? Trombones. You're doing a great job on this stuff. It's truly kind of like a solo part. Dig it up, 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 dig it up, 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 and you are right on time. Can I have a little bit more third and second trombone? Who's on third trombone? Yeah, and who's on second trombone? Yeah, a little bit more of you guys to balance out the top note that the first trombone on the top split has to do. Here's 44, full group. 44, full group. You got it, and 1, ready, go. Ah, I gave you a compliment and then I couldn't hear it. Tank up, and 1, ready, go. I'm just curious, what's your main instrument? Clarinet. I'm also a recovering clarinet player. Really? I'm a clarinet player, but I also turned horn player. I love teaching. Yeah. My secondary is horn, which I love the clarinet, but the horn stuff, they get the movie music score stuff, okay? Can I hear just the melody, please, which is my clarinets and also horn and also euphonium. I thought maybe you were a euphonium player because that section back there sounds wonderful on this melody. Excellent job, excellent job. Can we hear just the melody, people, at 48? Can I have snare drum as well on the rim stuff here at 48? Snare drum. 48, and melody and snare drum, and 1, ready, go. It's pretty, it's just pretty. He hasn't given you much information for the dynamics, right? There's no like crescendo, there's no, right? Okay, so to me that means Adrian has said, have at it, figure it out, see what you want to do. Can you follow the line? When I say follow the line, when your notes go down, give a little bit more air. When they come back up to kind of the middle range, relax. When they go up, a little bit more air, and then come back down. So it's kind of like a roller coaster, okay? Let's do it again, same people, same place. Play into the line of the sound a little bit. And 1, ready, go. Here is and what do you think? Better? Yeah, a lot better, right? You gave it a little bit of shape. Very nice, okay? Yeah, go ahead and write that in because that changed it good. You did great. You did what he asked for, but this is bringing it beyond what is on the page, black and white. Can we do 48 second time now? Everybody's in? 48 second time. Everybody's in. I'm interested to hear the flute stuff. It's going to be great. You got it. 48 second time full group. And 1, ready, go. Okay, trumpets. I think you're going to do that the second time, right? Dee, ga da da dee. That's okay. All good. We're going to do it again. 48-second time. When that happens, trumpet, bring it out. It's like a little fanfare, okay? Yeah, 48-second time. 48-second time. Yeah. And full grip. 1, ready, go. A little bit more flute. Good, keep going. It is so cartoon music. It is literally going to the end of a cliff and Donald Duck going, oh gosh, and then the sound cuts, and then he's fine, okay? It's literally that, okay? You did an excellent job watching. I probably do it differently than your band director, but thank you for watching, okay? Can you make a bigger deal? Everybody look at 65. Do you see how he has slurs over groups of threes? Yeah. Right now, everything, because of the room, sounds like one giant slur, so there's a lack of clarity. Ba-dee-dum, ba-dee-dum, ba-dee is what we're looking for instead of wow, that's the Charlie Brown stuff we're talking about, okay? Let's do pickups to 65, please. Play those group-ins. I'll give you 2 and you're in. Pickups to 65, and 1, 2. Ready, and. So you tell me what you do there. Do you start slow and then go fast? Okay.
And then we really bring this back.
Yeah. Okay. And then it's odd tempo there, right? This is beginning. Okay, cool. What are you talking about? They sound great. All right, so let's go back into this little area 65, and I want to check the time because I'm a person that will talk forever. You'll be here till like midnight for no reason, okay? I don't want to be there either, okay? Can we talk about the following? If I said the words to you, pyramid of sound, would you know what I'm talking about? Okay, you tell me in your own words, what does that mean? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like the cherry on top. Yes, so it truly is the low voices need to be more prominent. They're the foundation of the sound, followed by middle voices. I'm interested, who do you think is a middle voice? Raise your hand if you think you play middle voice. Yeah, saxophones, tenors especially. Sometimes altos, depending on like how high it is, you'll be an upper voice. Horns for sure. Okay, horns, you're definitely middle voice. Okay, trumpets. Second, third, and sometimes first, depending on the range, you could act as a middle voice depending on what the note is. Clarinets, if you're down in the low, low, low stuff, it could be technically a middle voice. Trombone 1, if it's up in the stratosphere for you, it could be a middle voice. All that to say, you got to look at what note you're playing as well as what type of instrument you play to see what note or what voice grouping you're actually in. Can we start at 65 with the pickups? I want to play this slow like a chorale. Okay, and I want to make sure that you understand you're fitting within that pyramid of sound based on the note that you're playing. Here are pickups to 65 slow. And 1 and 2. Think about it as you add. Think about it as you add. That note, ready, and? Do you have writing utensils? You all get an A for today. Over that fermata, I want you to write the words, and it will be in pencil, so, you know, of course, I give you information, and do what your band director says, okay? Never louder than lovely. Never louder than lovely. Never louder than lovely. Okay? Yes, it's going to be big. Yes, it needs to be big. It's the height of this piece, but you don't want your sound to spread to where we lose the chord. Okay? So go ahead now with that information, play that chord. Try to get to what I call double fun, 2 Fs, but never louder than lovely. Here's that chord, that fermata note. And ready, go. One more time, I want you to think a little bit more about the pyramid. So if you're an upper note, do what you got to do to get that note out, but try to tuck your sound into the middle and low voices. Ready, and. Now, with that in mind, here we are, pickups to 65. This will be the last thing we do before a little break. With that in mind, keep that sound. It was beautiful. I could hear the whole chord. And 1, 2. Think about it, think about it. How the hall loved that chord back? It's a chord. Before it just sounded like chaos, which is part of it, but now it's a chaotic chord. Very nicely done. Okay, good job, everybody. Okay, we're going to take a tiny break. Okay, and whatever you think we should come back to in here, or whatever you want to prep them for the next piece. Okay, I'll be right back. Good job, everybody.
Cool. Hey, just say break when you stay put.
Okay, here we are with Dr. Baumanis. Tell us a little bit about what you were just working on with them.
Yeah, so they're working on a really cool piece, 3-Ring Circus by Adrian Sims, and we came to the realization that it's really like cartoon music. A lot of animation, a lot of things that just come out of nowhere, super soft, and then boom, all of a sudden a sforzando. So we're working on the extremes that are required on their instruments to have that sort of style come across. And we're reaching some limits. You know, as the louder they play, the more spread the sound might be. So we're working on trying to still get a beautiful, lovely, never louder than lovely sound as they're addressing like those big hit points.
Yeah, you also were talking to them, I'm not sure if you used the word clarity, but you were talking to them about clarity and about how tubas sound long all the time and about, you know, just various things. And you were doing an impressive job of getting them to play with more contrast and more clarity.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's interesting. I teach both like orchestra and band, and what's a challenge for wind instruments is a lot of time the thing that you have to manipulate you can't see. So as long as they understand the mechanics of what they have to do, depending on the size of their instrument, their airstream, what is required, they're really grabbing onto it. Strings, you could perhaps see it a little bit more. It's more visual cue.
Sure.
But they're doing a great job of understanding and responding in the minute, which is really cool.
Yeah, they have to trust the conductor, which they just were with you, but they have to trust because it sounds so exaggerated on their side of the bell or of the instrument. And, I've never been paid a single dollar for what it sounds like on my side of the tuba bell. It's all what it sounds like in the hall, and you have to really get used to exaggerating a lot.
Yeah, and that's something that we were working on with them. They talked about their experience of what their band room sounds like versus what their concert hall sounds like.
Right.
And what's cool is that it's a similar setup to what we have here at Westchester, is that their band room is a lot drier, and their concert hall is a lot more echoey, similar to the setup. The band director asked me that's something that he works on and perhaps has some challenges with, like at what point do you make the switch to rehearse the way that you're going to perform in your performance space? And I said automatically. If the end goal is to showcase the beautiful sounds in that performance space, practice how you're going to perform. And I deal with the same thing where I work. We have a really, really echoey concert hall, and my band room is like dry. It sounds like a closet full of clothes. So we have to talk about how to make sure that we can protect things that are staccato, short in length, in the concert hall as much as it's successful in a dry band room.
That's
and
great.
They got to do it, and they do it well.
All right, wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, let's get you back in there.
Bye, everybody. Okay. There was a guy with a microphone, and they asked me questions, and there was a camera. So I think I'm a podcaster now. Oh, cool. I don't even know. All right, so I heard you want to stay with the circus. Is that right? All right. Yeah, we're doing a great job here. Okay. Let's pick up where we left off, okay? We did a great job of balancing this chord. Can I hear, please? This is going to be a little bit of a gymnastics situation, all right? Please find measure 73.
the pickups, and I want to hear these individuals: trombones, euphoniums, tubas, and bass clarinet. Do we have bass clarinet? Hey, bass clarinet, how you doing? And Barry sax, please. Okay. Pickups to 73. Those individuals. And 1, 2. Oh, got it? Point to it. Here you are. And 1, 2. Good. I'll give you 2 more times. Note and pitch accuracy. Again, same people, same place. And 1, 2. I like that last chord. That was better than the first time. Here's your third and final time before I give you more instructions. And 1, 2. That last chord was even better that time. Okay, so here's what you need to do. Anybody sing in choir in here? Okay. When you are in choir and you get music, are you usually just seeing your own part, or are you seeing everybody's part? Yeah, you get to see the score. We don't get to do that in band and orchestra, okay? If you were able to see the score, what you would see is those people that just played, you have accents over most of what you do. Is that correct? Okay, tubas, you got accents over your part where we just were? Yeah, okay. Everybody else has slurs, and everybody else has tied notes, okay? So those of you that just played, can you make a really big difference? A little bit of space between those notes and truly accent. Here we are, everybody pickups to 73. Full group. Everybody's in, pickups to 73. I'll give you 1, 2, and you're in. Make the difference between people who have ties and people who have accents. And 1, 2. Yep, it's close. Can I hear none of the first group that I worked with? Okay, only the tied people plus percussion. Percussion, you're in? Only tied notes and percussion. And 1, 2. Yeah, I like that you all stayed in time together, okay? If you could please, if you have eighth notes anywhere, bring out those eighth notes. And also, here's the rule about accidentals. First of all, what's an accidental? What's an accidental? Sharps and flats that are not in your key signature that are added, right? Okay, do you know what the rule about accidentals are? Like, why are they even there? And they're also called like an accident. What the heck is that about, okay? What do you think? Yeah. Yeah, it changes the harmony of the piece. It changes the key of the piece. It's the composer's way of not changing the whole key signature, making you deal with a key signature change, okay? It's the way to do it on the fly, okay? The rule for those is that you bring out accidental notes. So if there's a sharp or flat over that, you're really gonna bring it out. Try again, same people, no of the accented people, just the tied people, and bring out anything that has a sharp or flat next to it. Here we are, and 1, 2. Good, let me hear the accented people that I worked with first. Plus percussion, pick up to 73. Bring out accidental notes, and you all need to give a little bit more space between your notes. And 1, 2. It's really close. I want to break this group up a little bit more. Tubas, just you. And 1, 2. So I see 4 tubas, but I heard 1 tuba. Is this a solo? That's okay. We're going to start pickups to 73. Here we are. And don't be frightened. And 1, 2. There There you go. That's a tuba section. Very nice. Okay. Euphoniums, let me hear it. Pickups 273. You know where it is? And 1, 2. Good. Here's what I want you to change about your sound in this particular moment. Do you have accents over your part? Yeah. Okay. Can you go ba, ba, ba? Right now I heard ba, da, da, which is like a tenuto, and I went ba, ba, ba. Here we are. 2 when you're in, and 1, 2. That's going to cut through the stuff that is in the tied parts, okay? Excellent writing that in. Go ahead and write that in, because that changed your sound for sure. Tubas, euphoniums together. We're going to do pickups to 73. I want you to do accents like they just did, okay? Here we are. Sorry, they're writing. All right, here we go. And 1, 2. Different or the same? Different. Better or worse? Much better. Much better. That was excellent. All right, trombones. You have an added responsibility here. I think it's in the first part only that has eighth notes in this mix. Okay. Do you all have eighth notes in your parts here, or is it just all quarter notes? Just quarters? You also have eighth notes? Got it. Got it. Okay. Can you bring out those eighth notes? And also, can all of you match the articulation that they did so well? Okay. Let's try it. Pickups to 73, just the trombone. Sorry, I'm in the splash zone. And 1, 2. Hey, it's good. That's okay. We're going to do it again, okay? I like the eighth notes. That was really good. I think you all I think you're all overachievers. I think you played it too short. Bum, bum, bum. Anyway, bum, 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 which would be more like what they did, okay? Let's try again, trombones. And 1, 2. And that last note, your tone quality, by the way, is brilliant. Is that a bass bone? It's monstrous in the best way possible. Can you play that last note as loud as the tuba section? Okay, even if the other stuff does it, the other notes they're covered in the other parts, that last note is specific for your instrument, okay? Trombones, euphoniums, tubas together. Pickups to 73. And 1, 2. Yes, ma'am. That last note. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. All right, everybody, pickups to 73. If you have that, that is actually, oh gosh, I almost asked at Rutgers something, and it's something that I inherited. Maybe this will help, okay? At Rutgers, when I talk to like the trombone section, I'll say trombones, and they all go. So if I were to say trumpets, and it's just like a way to know that first, it's a very big room. I almost said, hey band, and expected everybody's hands to go up because that's what I'm used to, okay? So let's try it. Hey band. Yeah. So go ahead. If you're a trombone, euphonium, tuba, bari sax, I think you also have their part, right? Bass clarinet, yeah, okay. That's actually the melody here. Everything else is harmony or accompaniment, which is weird because usually it's flipped, right? Y'all get the melody usually, okay? So adjust your volume accordingly. Here we are, pickups to 73. Good job, percussion. And 1, 2. Be-da-dee-da-dee-da-be-da-dee, and Hey, we all did it together. We all did it. There you go. Okay. Percussion. Yeah. Y'all are doing a great job, okay? We have a really, really big percussion studio where I work, and they're awesome. You all have the attitude and the mindset, especially like this little team of 3 here, to just stay on. What's the question? What? Is it because your friends are like, oh, looking back at you? Okay. No, but I mean it. The only way that this march works is if the battery percussion section keeps it together, and you all are doing a wonderful job of that. It's going to help because what you don't realize is the woodwinds up here have or whatever the heck it is, right? So you're going to listen to that, okay? Have you ever experimented with putting some sort of muting mechanism on the bass drum? Okay. Say again? At home, what do you usually use? A towel with a little clip, okay? In a pinch, if you don't have that, okay, there's the knee trick. Do you know about the knee? Yeah. I think that's going to help the sound here because what's happening right now is that it's very boomy because of the stuff on top of you, these panels, but also because we don't have it muted, okay? I would highly suggest, and you probably already do this, to have the towel on for a lot of this for the march, okay? We're going to take it again towards the end of this just so we can get it a little bit under our fingers, okay? Can I have percussion plus upper woodwinds? Strange combination. This is bar 80, 80, okay? And percussion, give us a light touch here, just so that they could hear it, but not so that they cover it up. Saxophones, I think you're okay to lay out. I think I want the deep, okay, that's the question you were gonna ask? Okay, cool, all right. Upper woodwinds with the and percussion. And 1, ready, go. What is your name? Elliot. Do you understand how good you are? And super humble about it, because Elliot was just like, no. It is impeccable. Very nicely done. Very nicely done, okay? Mallets, let me hear it. All percussion, bar 80. All percussion, bar 80. And 1, ready, go. You. How dare you be so good on that instrument? What's your name? Kian? Or Kian? Okay. Excellent job, Kian. Excellent job, okay? All right. Now, woodwinds, you have, like, Adrian's so smart with how he writes stuff, okay? You have a safety net with the mallet percussion. You all are doing an excellent job, okay? My suggestion, in order to have the marimba and the vibes be heard, is to use a harder mallet, okay? Because there's just no way it's gonna be heard with like everything going on if you don't use a harder mallet, okay? Woodwinds, you have safety net in the fact that they have your same part, okay? What's cool about them having your same part is you could hear how light and lifted it has to be. Other than the vibraphone, and he's not putting the pedal down in that moment, everything they do is going to be light and lifted. That's the style for which you have to play the woodwind part.
Otherwise, it's going to sound like wah, 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 wah. So oboe is very good for this. The instrument can be like as dry as possible. This would probably be lead violin if it was an orchestra piece. And the bow would be bouncing, okay? Can we put it all together, please? Everybody bar 80. Now, it says fast and it says double fun. Question for you. Are all fortissimos created equal? Correct. How do they change? This one's not fun, okay. Well, it's hard, right? But do you think you truly need to play fortissimo, everybody in your seat right now? No. The answer is no, because the whole band is playing more or less, okay, minus like timpani, which there's not. There's a note there, okay. Hi. I hope you feel better, ghost of timpani, okay. So you don't have to play loud because everybody's in. Can you write like a little minus sign on that dynamic level, except for percussion mallet? Okay, you guys stay the full volume, okay? Here, bar 80. See if we could hear a little bit better because we've calmed down the volume. Here's bar 80. 1, ready, go. Bass drum. Bass drum. Yeah. I think, what's your name on the bass drum? Nick? A lot of us followed by Nick. I think it's still a little bit too loud, just in the space. Okay, so bring it down. Just so we could feel the tempo and stay with you, but not so that it's so prominent, okay? Hey, do all of you have a decrescendo going into bar 96, yes or no? Yeah, make a bigger deal of that. Bands do a really good job of crescendos. We don't do such a good job of decrescendo. It's just a band thing, okay? So really bring it down, and I would put a minus sign next to that mezzo piano, which is your arrival dynamic at 96, because how do you make a crescendo more effective? Start quieter, okay? So you're really going to start quieter there because you got a 3-bar crescendo, 96, 97, 98, and then we kick it off at 99. Can we go back to 80 and put those in? Watch your dynamics. You're doing a great job. Melody people, I'm going to give you a little bit. You can play a little bit louder, but just a little bit if you have the melody at 80. And 1, ready, go. Play your first note, play your first note at 88. Hold it out, which is a quote-unquote fortissimo, but you know what to do because everybody's playing. Ready, and? That's right. Now play your first note at 96. I should hear a completely different volume. 96, ready, and? Your downbeat at 80. We'll give you a nicer note. Downbeat at 80. Let me hear that. Hold it out. Ready, and? 96. Start at 88, and when we get to 96, really be that quiet. Here's 88. You got to work harder for a big, beautiful band like this to sound softer. 88. 1, ready, go. Good. You did exactly what you needed to for that dynamic level change. Can you write yourself a reminder at 96? Because that was brilliant. Okay.
Horns. I love this fanfare that you did in bar 99. It's it was an orchestral Mahler sound. It was awesome. Very nicely done, okay? Tubas, and let's do tubas and bass drum. Let's see who else. Barry, sax, bass, clarinet. Can I have all of you start at bar 80? And here's what I'm looking for. You ever hear a string bass play a pizzicato note? Okay, it sounds like boom, 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 boom. What's the jazz band situation at the school? We have two, okay? I started in jazz band stuff, okay? And if you were to hear an upright bass do pizzicato stuff, boom, 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 it has sort of this shape, boom, 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 boom. The shape that I'm hearing right now, because we play wind instruments, is bop, 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 bop. I want it to be lifted, boom, boom, boom. Let's try it, 80. The people that I mentioned, lifted. So yours is going to be a little bit quieter and a lighter touch. And 1, ready, go. Good. You have such a good tone quality. It's an excellent tone quality. That's difficult to do on such a beast of an instrument. Can you make sure that all of your notes are staccato? I'm hearing you slur beat 3 into beat 1. I'm hearing bum, ba-dum. I need bum, 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 bum. Everything pizzicato, everything lifted. Exactly right, okay? Tubas, it is very close to the style that I'm looking for. I'm watching your fingers. Can you move your fingers faster? Do you know that musicians read about 2 measures ahead of what they're actually playing? Pros do. Where you're probably reading as high schoolers is about like a half a bar ahead, which is great. You got to move your fingers also half a bar ahead. So if there's those rests, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba, like be ready for the next thing coming. Does that make sense? All right, let's try it. Same people, same place. Lifted and articulated and move those fingers fast. And 1, ready, go. It is a different sound. It's a completely different sound. Everybody 80. Everybody 80. You're getting a lot of reps of this in woodwinds. You're sounding better and better every single time. Good job. 80 and 1, ready, go. Hear the difference? Bum, bum. So tubas, it's a completely different section sound. It sounds like a string-based section, okay? You can make a lot of money being able to do the flip of the sounds, okay? Any marching band? What do you play in marching band, sousaphones or contras? Contras, okay. The versatility, okay, so here's another instrument fact. The most versatile instruments could be the following. Tubas, because if you listen to like funk, Second Street stuff, Second Line stuff, if you listen to, they now have like sousaphones that are in like metal bands, which is crazy. Jazz, classical, orchestral, it is like one of the most versatile instruments. Same thing goes for the saxophone. There are orchestral pieces that have saxophone in it, Berlioz specifically, but jazz, rock band, if you watch any of the late night shows that have bands in it, there's always a saxophone, okay? But if you're versatile, it only works if you're a versatile player. So the fact that all of you are now going boom, 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 as opposed to bum, 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 money in the bag. Excellent job. Excellent job, okay? All right, I want to work on this ending with you. Fine, 1, 2, 2. I know, you're right. It's a lot. Can I hear brass and percussion? Woodwinds, figure it out because I'm coming for you next. Brass and percussion, 1, 2, 2. Let's agree before we start. An accented quarter note sounds like da, 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 instead of ba, 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 ba. Say da, da, ready, go. 4 in a row. Good. Brass and percussion, lifted and separate like that. 122. 1, 2, ready, go. Let's do the 4 last bars. Dee ga da ga dee ga da pa. Dee ga da ga dee ga da da. We'll take it a little slower. Alto sax, tenor saxes, go ahead and join us because you have this rhythm, okay? Dee ga da ga dee ga da da. 1, 2, last 4 from the end. Again, 2. Yeah, let's just isolate alto, tenor, horns, trombones, euphonium. Everybody else lay out. This is 4 from the end. 1, 2, slow and go. That truly does sound like the Charlie Brown teacher because it's chromatic going wah, 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 wah. You got to lift and got to give space. Da, 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 da. Say it with me. Say it and go. Da, 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 da. Still too long over here. I heard da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ready, go. Play it. 1, 2, ready, and. Good. A little bit, make sure it lines up a little bit cleaner. 1, 2, ready, and. And I have accents over every one of that note. Is that correct? Uh-huh, uh-huh. Come on, trombones, give it to me. 1, 2, ready, and. It is supposed to sound like wah, 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 like laughing in a cartoon. It's like supposed to be one last joke. That's what that line is supposed to be, okay? One more time, and we'll take it a little bit faster because the tempo is this. Dee ga da ga da 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 da. 1, 2, ready, go. That's exactly right. You feel like you have more control over that part now? Yeah, me too, okay? Can we have everybody, please, last 4 bars? Everybody's in. Last 4 bars. Don't cover up the joke. Dee ga dee ga dee ga da da. 1, 2, ready, go. Last chord, ready, and. Instruments stay up. Last note, hold it out, ready, and. Is there a piano on this stage? College students, help us out. Unwrap that thing and open up the lid. I'm going to teach you a trick. Do you all have a piano in your band room? Yes. It's not an electric piano, right? It's an actual piano?
We have an upright and we have a harmony director, so we have 2 in
Ooh, I love harmony director. I know you hate it, but it's so good for your ear. And trust me, I grew up with a harmony director too, and I was like, oh my God. Okay. But listen, the harmony director is a way for your ear to just be more talented than bands that do not have harmony directors. It is a trick, and a very good one. All right, my resident KK side brother, or whoever, okay, whoever, yeah, hold down that, you saw me do this earlier probably. You just know what's up? Hold down that right pedal. Here's that last chord. If it's good, the piano will sing back to you. But you have to start and stop with me. Here's that last chord. Ready? And. All right, so the resident Westchester goat said, yay, it was awesome. We'll do it again. Ready? And. Can you hear it? So what's happening here is the piano is shaped a certain way to make sure that it rings acoustically, all that good stuff, right? And if you play a note and it's in tune and it also releases at the same time and everybody's still when it's done, the strings within the piano, my friend over there is putting down the right pedal, which releases the hammers that dampen it.
It's allowing all those strings to vibrate. The notes that you play will vibrate in the piano, and that's why you hear the same chord that you're playing sung back to you if you do it right. One more time. Sorry, I realize you can't see me. Okay. Ready, and. Crazy, right? Science. Okay, now the trick is, band, that might work for you. The trick is you have to play, it's a 1-beat accented chord that has to release all at the same time. You only get one shot for that to happen because you don't get to hold it out, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play that note just as is, bop, that's it, and we'll see if the piano likes it. Here we are, get set. 1, 2, ready, and. That's okay. Go ahead and just lift that pedal off. No. Great timing, though. 1, 2, ready, and. But did you hear it as much as we did it before? No. So do me a favor. It's still a full quarter note. Bop, bop. That's the length, not bop, bop. Here we are. Full length. 1, 2, ready, and. You hear it a little bit? Okay, so it's not singing as nicely back to you because we don't have that beautiful sound. Here's that sound. Hold it out now. Hold it out. Ready, and. Play it as written. 1, 2, ready, and. 1, 2, ready, and. Too much over here. 1, 2, ready, and. It's starting to love you back. Do you hear it? Yeah, okay. So, with all that in mind, because we're out at 5 in like 3 minutes, right? With all that in mind, can we please play, we'll start 4 from the end, so we go dee-ga-da-ga-dee-ga-da-da-bam. Here we are, try it, 4 from the end. Stick the landing and make the piano sing. 4 from the end, 1, 2, ready, go. Can you take your pencils and write a tenuto over that last note? I still think you're playing it too short. Nothing about it says play it short. It just says, yeah, be-ba-da-ba-dee-ba-dee-da-dum, ba-ba-ba, like that. Yeah, except for that last note. Here, last 4 measures. Listen to me, this is how it should go. Be-da-da-da-dee-da-dee-da-dee, ba-ba-ba, off. Dee-ga-da-ga-dee-da-dee-da-dee, ba-ba-ba. So longer than you think on that last note. Here we are, last 4 bars. 1, 2, ready, and. A tiny bit, okay? That will be, I think, a good spot for you to work on, okay? Did you learn something, yes or no? Yes, okay. All I ask is that you make sure you try to retain as much as you can. Okay, you're going to have an excellent third clinician after dinner, okay, and I'm sure there's lots of announcements. Please don't do the thing where you start packing up because your band director has announcements, which I know you want to do so bad, okay? Welcome your band director back.
Can we all, hey band, yeah, I love this. Hey, can we all please thank Dr. Mambanis
Yeah, of course. Hey, and I'm around for the rest of the night. Okay, I'm also doing the evening. If you have any questions about what to do with music beyond high school, please come talk to me, okay? There are many options. This institution is beautiful, okay? You can ask all these students here, okay? Come talk to me, and you do not have to be a music major to do music in college. You just got to keep playing that instrument. All right, thanks, guys.
Hey, so here's the thing. What I really what Dr. Noble had you do last time, can you all just take 30 seconds? I know there's pizza on the other end of this. Take 30 seconds to write things down that you learned this one today. On this piece of music, so you remember where it came from, please, right? Take at least one thing. At least one thing. Right? At least one thing. Okay. stage, so you can leave whatever you want on here. Dinner's in the lobby. Dinner's in the lobby, and then at 6 o'clock you're back in these seats in the hall. All right, thank you very much.
They sound great, man.
Thanks, thank you, thank you.
And they love the music, which is the most important thing.
You're not going to be able to get through that.
Ross.
Ross.
It was a good idea.
Oh, gosh.
Great. So we're just back from our dinner break, and we've had an opportunity to talk to the directors a little bit about what they've experienced so far this evening and different things that they have going on in their programs. And we're going to take just a little bit of time out here to talk about some things that are on their mind and maybe brainstorm some options or different strategies they could employ to work through some of these things in their programs. So one of the first things that came up was the question about warm-ups, and what do we do? Like, what's a strong warm-up routine to get into with your students, and how do we keep them fresh? So I guess why don't we start a little bit with the directors, and why don't you talk a little bit about what you're doing now, and then maybe we could weigh in on some strategies to help keep them fresh and moving along. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I was the one that brought that up because I am guilty as charged of not keeping things fresh, and struggle with finding ways to keep them fresh. So I was talking about how what Dr. Gumbel was showing us during our first session. You know, we're going to go back and we're watch that tape and like really try to identify points where we could just make things different, make things more meaningful, make things matter, and not get into a routine as much as we typically do. You know, so that's going to be very useful for us to take back and keep with our same 5 or 6 different things that we do daily, but just keep changing it and keep making it meaningful for kids.
Yeah, I can speak a bit on currently what we're doing. We go between more technical stuff directed directly at what music we're playing. I try to get chorales in there too. That's something I'd like to try coming up here. Developing ensemble sounds is the big thing we start in the beginning of the year. Breathing, proper articulation technique, and then the ensemble sound itself. As the year goes on, kind of notice how that dips a bit just as we get into the routine. So introducing more chorales is something I'd like to try coming up here, and more chorales that I think is familiar for students. Maybe not just number 10 from Lip Benders, maybe something else that they can play here.
Yeah, I know that I am like a super left brain person, and I like to like try to like compartmentalize like skills that the band needs to work on. So I'll try to like find, and I'll try to categorize this myself, but a lot of times I'll get stuff from other people. And I'll like find like, okay, these are like 10 things I can try that are gonna make this skill better. And I like rotate it, and I'll do like, okay, I'll do these 2 things today, and then I know I gotta work on this thing, so I'm gonna pick from this tree of tasks or activities we can try. And then that keeps it kind of fresh, but then it also, you know, I talked to a couple of our clinicians about tuning, and like, I remember reading something somewhere like tuning is like, you know, putting deodorant on. Everyone's gotta like worry about, you know, bad sweat or something. but you just got to put your deodorant on. You got to continue to like work on it, and it never goes away. Even professionals work on intonation constantly. So like just like hitting it from a different angle every time, and like trying to do something from that tree to work on that skill.
I always freak out when I hear the phrase warm up and I hear the label warm up. I did it with you on stage, and it's not like warming up's really important. You know, and put it, you know, drop something in the chat if you heard me say this already, just so Rocco's got something to read. But you know, there's so many connotations just to the concept of a warm up, and that it's just about physically getting yourself ready to do something. And yes, you do need to do that. And yes, we need to get the instrument ready to play. However, in an educational context, it's so important that we are actually teaching concepts, and that there's education happening, musical education happening in the ensemble music classroom. And I think oftentimes the warm-up is a routine that prepares us to rehearse concert repertoire rather than an opportunity to teach musical concepts that can then be interwoven in the experience and take us to a higher level musically. And so the first third of the rehearsal should be all about foundations. There should be some element, and this is, I say should, like it's a value thing. This is just what I believe. There's got to be something, you know, work on all the in-Ts, in tone, in tune, in time, and in touch. And each one of those in-Ts, we need to have some sort of scaffolded lesson that creates a virtuous cycle of musicality. And that whatever we're doing in that session can then apply to what's going on in the repertoire. Bonus points if you're threading a needle that you can weave throughout the rest of everything that you're doing. So, you know, it's not just an opportunity for you to get physically prepared to do something. It's literally what you're teaching to your students and how you're heightening the understanding of musicianship for your students when it comes to foundational elements of playing. So, if you're looking for a system, we don't rise to our goals, we fall to our systems. You're looking for a system, make sure that there's something for in tone, in tune, in time, in touch. Have something in each one of those buckets every single day. If you want to map it out and plan it out, good on you. You know, but whatever it is, it needs to be intentional. It needs to be concept-driven, not concert-driven. And if you're looking for ways to freshen it up, you know, can I change the context, right? What is the and if I shift the context this much, you know, what can we do? You know, the phrase, "this time, let's try," is such a beautiful phrase when it comes to foundations. Hey, yeah, this is coming along. This time, let's try it this way and do something different. Come up with a menu of options from your students. Hey, let's come up with our menu of this time, let's tries, and like come up with 50 different ways to do something, and then just go to the menu, randomly generate what it is you're going to do. It doesn't matter. As long as the context shifts, they're going to stay engaged, right? As long as it's relevant and as long as they're active and as long as their brains can stay on. If it's too much routine too often, then I find that their brains shut off and it just becomes you don't get as much value yield as you could in that portion of your rehearsal. That was a soapbox, man.
If I could add to that, I think the warm-up is also, to your point, is a warm-up to get their brains to turn on. You talked about if the brain can turn on, it'll stay on, right? How do we get them to warm up? When I was a high school band director, I would teach a class right after lunch, and these kids had like Mountain Dew and Sour Patch Kids for lunch. And then they'd come in, and I'd expect them to play like Hindemith. I was like, okay, we got to figure out something else. So I've started, and it's been helpful, I've started to try to meet the energy level of where my students are. It seems like such a small thing. It's just to like greet them, meet them, see where they're at that day, and then figure out what direction you want to go with the first musical concept you do. Maybe it's a super snowy, cold day like it is today, and maybe you got to like literally wake them up to get into the mindset of learning and retaining, because if you don't wake them up, it's like starting your car in the middle of a snowstorm. It's not going to go well. One of the things, and one other thing you brought up, which was really cool, is to switch the context of it, right? If you're doing chorale, something that I have found that has changed them not just falling into the same, oh, we're doing this chorale again, and I have a series of chorales that we do, and we do switch it up, but you know, a lot of the concepts might fall into sort of the same category and it loses its touch, that kind of thing. Have a student conduct it. Their eyes will be having to be more alert. The energy in the room will change. It's their peer on the box. Like, oh, wait a second. And then you could start by being in the ensemble. I think I got off the podium a lot with your band and just like was in the ensemble because I started to see them. It's been a long day. You're starting to lose focus and we're throwing a lot at them. And it just changed because there was a different environment. Same concepts, just different environment. Put a student up there, gives them ownership. They want to support their peer, and they're actually listening more because they want to be in time with new hands. So that has been really successful for me, if you want to use the same concepts.
Yeah, we were messing around with some student conducting. Love getting to do that. And really even for us as directors, allowing that warm-up time or foundations time, that's what's listed on my schedule, is an opportunity for us to almost play a nonverbal communication game. So if you're getting into a routine, or maybe you're playing it with a consistent pulse, what if it's completely new? And how might you introduce that? I think that works for any age, and I think kids get a kick out of it. Like you can do something silly and start to develop the language that you're demonstrating to them. It also makes the rehearsal even better because then you can use the same articulation gesture in the music, and now they're understanding without having to say a word. The other thing, I really love that we're talking about this because it shows how much we value it. I think if I'm ever examining an extreme amount of pressure of not having time to devote to this, then I take a moment to re-examine, have I programmed correctly for this concert, this ensemble, this series of rehearsals? And how might I do that in a way that I am able to devote the right amount of time to my kids just getting better at concepts? So just really taking a moment to reflect on that. Great combo.
I think just in terms of keeping things fresh, the NT concept that you brought up, like you have a bunch of different activities. Maybe you are doing an F around a room that's going to turn into a chorale, into some rhythm studies, and maybe technique studies. Those events don't need to be siloed. Right, so like you're doing your rhythm study for the day. If it's a unison rhythm that maybe may come from some of the rep you're doing, you're going to rehearse that day. Man, pick that unison note and make it about intonation, right? And matching as much as we're making it about the rhythm study. So I don't know. That's one thing I think I experience a lot when we're going out into the schools as well. It's almost like you have different, very specific things that you're trying to deal with, and you forget about all the other things that inevitably relate, yeah? So.
We call those random acts of band.
Random acts of band.
So like avoiding, and when we're in methods classes here, it's just avoid random acts of band, right? Can you thread the needle? What needle are you threading during fundamentals and foundations? What needle are you threading? And then can you weave that needle into all of what you're doing that day? And when the students leave the room, if I were to ask a student, we do this with student teachers all the time, if I were to poll random trumpet player X and I said, what did they learn today? As they're leaving the room, hey, what did you learn today? If their response is measures 28 through 72 of piece X, we might have missed an opportunity, right? What is the concept that drove this? What allowed us to execute, this at a higher level? Or what was woven throughout piece X, Y, and Z that they can take with them that now they're going to copy and paste onto piece A, B, and C next time? And that's the virtuous cycle that we talk about. Yeah. So what did they learn? And what is the needle that's being threaded? If you're not sure what the needle is that's being threaded, then you're probably engaging in random acts of band.
Cool. Sean, you were talking about just a desire to develop more strategies that you could implement with your ensemble. What are the areas you think are most available now for you to be able to target with your kids?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of areas, I got about 45 minutes of time per class, and so I try to spend like 30%, 33% to be like exact of that time on fundamentals. And I kind of was talking earlier about like these like fun, trees. I guess I think of it like a tree of like this skill, like whether it's in tune or in time or in tone. These things that, and then like what can I do to work with things that I have found like instructional strategies I've been finding. Like I'm going back like 40 years ago or 30, 35 years ago and looking at like reading my Ed Lisk book that my student teaching co-op gave me. And I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta think like, how do I get them to think about this? How do I get them to start to think about these small like details and like, how can I prove that they're thinking about it? And then I remember something I learned in an educational psychology class at Westchester where I'm like, oh yeah, language, if I make them talk about it or if I make them sing something, then I know they can hear the pitch. Or I know they can't hear the pitch, or if it's not, they might be tone deaf or something, which they aren't, but they're just not able to hear that pitch in their head yet. So I'm going back and I'm trying to find resources online, books, teachers like yourselves, talking with tons of directors, talking with people not just in Pennsylvania, but in New Jersey and also folks, across the country that are doing band. I haven't gotten out of the country yet. I haven't been able to talk to anyone outside of the United States, but yeah, in terms of areas, I mean, areas like, like just, skills that the band needs to learn to play their music really well. I feel like I have a mental or like an oral image of what I want the band to sound like, and I just don't know how to get them there yet. And I'm in my second year of teaching, so I'm still like, I'm building my own toolbox, and I'm trying to figure out how do I get them to want to build their toolbox the same way I want myself to have like just like all these strategies, but like not to also get to a point where I'm like, oh yeah, this random thing that I heard might work. I'm gonna just try that, see what sticks there. You know, I don't want to, like, my time is so limited, as all of us, all of our time is so limited already, that I feel like I shouldn't be wasting it on like random stuff. But I do want to like continue to like build my concept, like my pedagogical concepts. So yeah.
What do you? This is probably for the clinicians. What are some go-to resources that you'll consult or recommend to band directors in the schools? Is like, hey, all right, we're talking about how to play together. Have you ever checked this out? What are some big resources that you go to on the reg with your students?
There's a number of different books that we'll reference. I mean, there's so many materials. I mean, that might be the issue, is that there's so much out there, honestly. And like when you're so if we're talking about tone production, and you go on the internet and you're like, Google tone production. You know, like there's going to be so much stuff that comes out that it's hard to navigate through the materials, right? So, you know, like find a handful of ways that you want to subscribe to this and proven methods that you're going to use. Because you can't just plant the seed. Like, you have to plant the seed and then water the seed over many, many, many experiences together. But like Rehearsing the Band, the book Rehearsing the Band is a great book. You know, and it's just, I'm not going to say who I think published it. I don't know. Look it up. Rehearsing the Band's it works really well. It's like a compilation of many different experts, master teachers in our field, who are asked, you know, how do you do this thing? And then they're like, well, we do this. And like, it's 12 different versions of that. So start with those people who really know what they're doing and do what they do. Try it on for size. And, you know, you're talking about Ed Lisk, creative director. I mean, go there. That stuff works, you know, like master that. Subscribe to that, dig into that, and then, you know, be consistent with that for a little while, and then, you know, figure out what's going to work best in your context. You know what I mean? What are you know, how does he navigate the circle of fourth? How do we teach audiation? How do we, you know, like when you're playing in tune, or to play in tune, we need to be able to hear the pitch before we play it. We need to know the tendencies of our instrument, and we need to bring it into the world. All right, well, those are 3 ideas that I'm going to subscribe to, and everything we're going to do is going to be based on that. Well, Ed Lisk has got 55 different, you know, techniques for that and different ways that you could deal with that. But have a philosophical foundation for each one of those ideas. If you're looking for what the masters do, there are resources out there. Rehearsing the Band's great. Google's cool, but there's like a lot, 11 billion resources. And then, you know, talk to people that you know have had success and figure out what they're doing.
Like imitate, not innovate, or imitate before you innovate. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. And understand that you need to water the seeds. You know, like you plant the seed. All right, today we're going to learn how to play in tune. That doesn't work that way. You know, like we have to have philosophical foundation. We need to plant the seed, but then it requires continual maintenance over the course of their career. You know, and it's easy to like, oh, we didn't learn how to play in tune today. I'm going to try something different. Well, all right, let's see this one through and see what works. And hey, if you want to play more in tune, hear it before you play it, sing, use solfege, use the hand signs. It's not rocket surgery. You know what I mean? It just takes a consistent approach.
Yeah, hey, Sean, you had mentioned having a really good oral image of what you want it to be. I think, as silly as it sounds, that's the first step. And the beautiful thing that we have is access to these really high-level models, whether that's conference performances or YouTube. So I think starting there, being aware of where your students are, where do you need to meet them, how can you take them to the next level, and then you as an educator just knowing, okay, I've gotten them here and here. I know I want to get them here. I'm going to refresh myself with that. I'm going to take a listen. I'm going to go to a conference, have these convos, and then get them to the next level. So some of that looks like recording. Some of that looks like analyzing, celebrating the wins, right? These little things that are going to get you closer and closer to what you want it to sound like. But starting there and having that in your mind's eye, right? Yeah.
There's a lot of online resources, and when I was teaching high school, it was a Title I high school, and we didn't have money necessarily to go to like, trips to see other groups and that kind of stuff. There's a ton of military band rehearsal tapes online for free. It's part of their mission to make it free. They also have a lot of resources to bring people to campus so that your students can see that model. It's all the same thing. Find the thing that you want your band to sound like, and then talk to the people who are involved in that. And yeah, you can go to things like military bands. You can go to universities. Those are great models. But you can also just go to really good teachers in your area. One of the best people I ever learned from was an elementary strings teacher. On like, how do I make a cello sound like a cello? When they know that a kid who's probably the size of a cello is the thing that they're going to teach. Like those general music teachers, they can make diamonds out of like nothing in a second. So I think it has to do with the sound, and you have a concept of what you want your ensemble to sound like, but it's more, how do I get them there? And like the most masterful teachers, man, a lot of them are general music teachers. So that always helped me, reaching out to the masterful teachers in my area, and a lot of times they were people that didn't even teach the level or the concept that I was teaching.
Well, let me ask you guys, who are the people in your network? Who are the people in your network that you really rely on, that you really like? It's a go-to text, it's a go-to phone call for this band director down the street, or like whoever. Like who are you?
I think those people are very important to have in your lives and in our professional lives. I mean, you guys sitting here are all my network, and I know there's some folks at home. I have a great relationship with the director at Cedar Crest and the director at Hempfield, and we talk weekly, if not daily. And we've scheduled phone calls, and that was really important for me in marching season, and as a growing director, and trying to learn more and more and more, is to establish a relationship with these other people. Matt over at Hempfield, we had a scheduled 11 o'clock phone call every Monday. It was on our lunch, and we would talk about anything and everything related to marching band and wins and losses from the weekend. Things like we couldn't even really talk about with our own staff. It was like our private sanctuary for a half hour. We could just be real people and talk and kind of be each other's therapists for the 10 or 12 weeks of marching band season. And that was like some of the most successful conversations we had, regarding band and that sort of thing. And then just throughout the school year, just calling your people. How do I do this? Help me. What are you playing? All sorts of different things like that.
It may seem like a simple answer, but I really rely on my colleagues in my district, just at the level that they're all at. My choir director is really strong when it comes to a Kodai singing solfege foundation. That is something I want to introduce more into the band. So I'll ask her, hey, how do you get your students to the level they're at when it comes to solfege? And how do you get them to 4-part singing? Obviously in choir, that is their goal, but introducing that in band, it helps so much with just intonation and ensemble balance. I'm texting our middle school band director all the time, and it's something simple like, or he'll text me, what do you think? Do you think these guys will like this song? What rep are you doing this concert? Kind of comparing what we're doing to kind of push the level that we want to get our kids to when it comes to musicality. I think having just those colleagues close by in the district is very helpful, even at the elementary level. For the first time, this is my 4th year in the district, and for the first time, we had a full band director meeting, elementary to high school, just saying, hey, what do we want this program to look like from when they start in their instrument in 4th grade to when they're graduating, or even when they just get to the high school. And having that collaboration and that uniform conversation is extremely helpful for me at the level where they end up at.
Yeah. You said it was probably obvious that you're communicating with your middle school people. I don't think that's always a given. Yeah. I don't think it's always a given that people have great relationships with the band directors through their entire tree, through their entire school system. but it is important, yeah. And it's something we have to work at because they are our closest colleagues. And if we're going to water, right, and nurture the same students, we can't keep those experiences siloed, right? Because they're all going to be part of the same experience that we're creating for them. So man, that's awesome. And don't take it for granted, and keep to nurture that. One of the things we used to do in a school setting I taught in is the whole band department. It was Thursday Night Wings, and we had a band parent, and they owned a restaurant, and it was a real upscale restaurant, and we just wanted wings and beer, and they said, it's okay, we could do wings, just come over, we want to give you somewhere to hang out. It's like, all right, well, we'll come and hang out. So we get in there, and all the jabroni band directors from the district are sitting in this beautiful restaurant. They're bringing out 50, 100 wings on these silver platters, but it was somewhere we got to go every week and just work the things out. So it's awesome, man. How about you, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what I would say has already been said. Like Matt, my network is right here, and talking to the previous band director at my high school that I'm at, and even sometimes his dad, who's also a band director, will call me and just see how things are going and is curious how I'm doing. And we all need each other. We all need each other because one day our high school students, one day our elementary band students are going to be our middle school band director students, and then our middle school band director students will be our high school students, and then our high school students may be college students. And we all have to work together because we all love this, and we all care about this thing. And yeah, we just need each other. We need to help each other, and connection is the way, right?
Cool. Good.
I talked to you guys.
Yeah.
And my wife, she's cool.
All right, well, one of the other things you were talking about was how to maintain the enthusiasm and the motivation within your programs, and whether that's through a single rehearsal or whether that's through an entire year, and talking about the highs and lows. Where are some of the highs and lows you experience?
Yeah. So that's something that we struggle with again. Is you get to the middle of a semester or the middle of a concert cycle, and you're just trying to really how can I inject some energy and inject some flavor that sticks for a longer period of time than just the next half hour. Like how are my kids going to go home today and be excited to come back the next week? So events like this are really great. Events like this are awesome because these kids are going to go back to school on Monday and be like, boom, let's make music. Let's pick up where we left off on Friday. And this will last a couple weeks, and then we have to really get creative about how we're going to, continue to spice things up in March and keep things going in April. And yeah, it's just it's a year-long thing of this roller coaster, like you talked about, up and down and up and down. You just got to ride the wave and try to keep bringing fresh ideas to your kids. And you got to be your best version for yourself, for your kids. And that's on us as directors to try to find ways to innovate and ways to motivate them on a daily basis. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, you said the same thing. Like, I'm amped taking this, going back, what we're doing here. I know my kids are very excited, even the ones that seem like subdued. I know there's like a level of something new is here, so it's exciting to kind of bring that in. Personally, I feel myself getting into like a slump sometimes, like pre-concert season, maybe 3 or 4 weeks out, we're just preparing the music. It's not routine because we're still trying to give musical experiences to these students, but I know when I do professional development or any kind of conferences that are specific to the band world or the music world, I feel very excited to come back and take that knowledge and try out new things. If something doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll try something else that we got here. So injecting a little bit of more of that. I mean, there's people to talk to. There's webinars. There's conferences online. That's the joy of that, bringing that, having that energy as the director and not burning out, which is a very easy thing to do with how busy our schedules are. But being able to relight our own fires, I think is very important to kind of get the kids going on that, because then they'll buy in more if you're excited about what you're doing. So that is something I definitely feel is a shift change whenever we have events like this, or we just come back from a trip that we did a clinic at or an MPA. It's a lot of fun for that, and just to inject more of that on a week-to-week or even a bi-weekly basis.
Yeah, I mean, again, you guys are saying it all. You're not giving me much left to work with. But no, I got the hard job over here. No, but really though, I mean, I think you guys are saying awesome things. I think talking to people, getting excited, being inspired yourself. You have to be inspired to inspire kids, and I can't stop thinking about I'm a young band director. I'm from the era of kids that first had Snapchat and phone apps that just continue to let you scroll and stuff like that, and how that keeps kids interested. And I can't stop thinking about how that is kind of what we do as teachers sometimes, where we're just constantly trying to find the next thing that will yeah, or just something novel, some novelty thing that just kind of creates this oh yeah, oh cool, band is this, or makes connections for kids. Kids start to connect with band to we talk about band connecting with life, life lessons, the lessons that come from band, and sparking those connections, not by just saying, yeah guys, you're learning how to be, better employees of the world, or you're learning how to be better people of the world, or you're learning skills that will translate to being, a tradesman or someone that, does something else. Finding ways to get those connections built, and showing the kids what the value of this is constantly, getting them to be oh yeah, this is why I'm doing this, or because it's so easy to just get into the routine, and I find I'm the same way. I'm no different. I just oh, this is starting to, oh yeah, we're doing this again. We're doing this piece. We're gonna work on this thing again. We're gonna do that again. All right, this is starting to get boring. Oh wait, I gotta change my own self first to get that to happen for them. I don't know. We probably would all do it differently. We probably would all inspire ourselves differently. I'll go out and take a walk, or talk to people, or I don't know. Depends on the week or the day, or talk to these guys, talk to you, no matter what. I mean, I just love band. I love music, and it's, I mean, right? And it's just I want to just learn stuff, and maybe that's the phone era person, where I'm just oh, what's the next thing? Oh, cool. What about this? What's this next thing? Oh, cool. Just storing things away like a chipmunk or something. I don't know.
Now we've gone to chipmunks. This
yes,
is awesome.
We're on chipmunks. This is band.
Actually, haven't stopped thinking about this question, right? The ebbs and the flows of maybe a semester or a year, a concert cycle. I think from a very practical standpoint, one thing that's worked really well is setting up within the concert cycle. So taking a macro view at the very beginning and go, on this week, I'm going to record no matter where we are. We're going to record this concert. And that puts a little pressure on you, puts a little pressure on them to go, hey, we're going to send out these recordings to you, or maybe I send them to a mentor and say, hey, what tips do you have for the group? And so it sets up a date before the concert to have a performance. And mentioning to the kids, hey, we're not just running these pieces, we're performing these pieces, even if it's for my little microphone. So that's very practical. But the other one might hint at what you were just discussing. Let's see, if you can, we were talking about collaboration. So if you have something unique that's not a standard band concert, still having those and making sure that everything is musically driven, but if you can do a collaboration, if you might be able to do a piece that works beautifully for your band concert but also works great for the elementary school, if you can add, that was kind of cheesy, but it worked. Added little 1920s props and hats that I found on Amazon really cheap, so it didn't cost a lot of money.
It's killer.
It was killer, right? So, and you say,
Great Gatsby.
Great Gatsby. They were cheap props, I was proud. But hey, the music has got to be excellent, but hey, let's enhance this just a little bit. And then the week before, you get an opportunity to bring in something new that's changing up the context, like we've been discussing. And then, and then it makes it more exciting for everyone. So, and then what I found is if you do one of those concerts, or even one piece like that, then students appreciate the traditional band piece even more. Getting back to home, we're playing something like this. There's a little bit of nostalgia in that, I guess. So just enhancing that way.
That has been the biggest plot twist. I don't know how you all feel, but I'm always like, okay, I got to get them something new, something that relate to it. And then I throw like Persichetti in there. And can I tell you that they are obsessed? They call him Persikitty. They're like, this is so cool. And I'm like, I thought you would think I was like a fuddy-duddy, you know, doing the what is now called, you know, the Warhorse piece or what. They love it. They're nerdy. One of our bands is doing Prelude Siciliano Rondo, which is like old school, like, that's like a bop, as the kids would say, I guess. I don't know, that's probably I'm probably beyond. You tell me if my language is still too old. But I asked the band, I was like, who's played this? No hands. Whoa. Right?
Same experience this fall with Chester. We were like,
What? Because all of us of that generation, like, you would have played that in like a region band, and then Allstate, and then also in your home school band, right? It was the music of the times. But what's cool and why it stuck around is because it's good music, number one, but also they could relate to it. I love the idea of putting like a little extra spin on it to where there's student ownership. One of the concerts that I did, we have the privilege of having, because we're an art school, a film area. And we did a concert called Inside Out. And it was right around the time of the Inside Out movies. And I went to some of the film people, and I had a student that was a double major in film and music. And I'm like, she's awesome, number one. But she said, hey, I think this sounds really goofy and silly, so I put together this little video. And it was actually very good, like professionally done. I'm like, wait a second, we need to do this for all. So we made little trailers with the film studio students for each of our things. And the funniest one was, I had a grad student do Rollo Takes a Walk, which if you don't know that one, it's just the goofiest, funniest, little comedic, and like it's accessible, but there's some stuff in it. And the filmmaker came in and asked all of the band students, how would Rollo walk if Rollo was real? And then took a film and put it all together, and it was like one square and blew out to like 60 squares and back to one, and it was stuff. And they had so much more fun, and the music got better because they were able to get into the goofy, weird quirkiness of that specific piece. So, you know, yes, it's concert-based, yes, it's performance-based, but yes, and do a little bit more with it. And I think the programming thing is a really big deal. It's the akin to like what you're gonna read in English class. I remember being in high school and like that English teacher was cooler because we read that stuff. And that one was like, ugh, I know that we're gonna have to read, and it's the same lecture that they basically had memorized. And this person would like pair the programming of what literature we were gonna read. So I fought to be in her class. Same thing for our band programs. I gotta do like a healthy diet. And French fries, love them. But if I have French fries for every freaking meal, hate them. Maybe that's how I actually stopped eating French fries, is to like make myself eat French fries for a week straight. Anyways, a balanced plate. We're all gonna try here, right now. But it's a balanced plate of different types of rep, I think, is also a way to keep the students engaged.
Yeah, and I would just say that's incredible. So the recontextualization. French fry party. Yeah. Yeah, for a week. Yeah.
Favorite flavor, or no, favorite type of potato around the table? No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
Yeah.
Bad idea. This is banned. My bad.
But the one who does is the one who learns. So if you want your students to learn, we allow them to own parts of the process. And there are opportunities that abound in what has been a fairly teacher-owned discipline over, as a tradition. Where are the opportunities that exist for students to own parts of the process? And that, when it comes to engagement, that heightens engagement instantaneously. Recontextualization, what little switch can we flip to make this different? And how can students own parts of this process? Because the second they own it, if they feel any ownership in it, they're more invested and they feel more engaged. Engagement equals activity plus relevance, or times relevance. So like it becomes more relevant to them because they own the thing. So that's amazing. Student conductors, amazing. Student compositions, amazing. Student-led rehearsals, amazing. student feedback in rehearsals, amazing. Like all the things, if we're looking for a way to just change a little something, what part of today have I owned traditionally that a student can own, or students can own? What parts of this cycle can students own? And I think that, at least in our experiences, we do this with marching band constantly, and concert band sometimes. How can we turn the concert band into more of that laboratory for student experience and for student ownership? There's a million ways to do it. We just have to, have to trust that it's going to be a more educational experience.
At like the most practical level, if you're like, oh, making film for what? Oh, that sounds like crazy. Like, have you asked your students in rehearsal, what do you hear? And can they actually respond? Have they ever been given the opportunity to respond? Because without the opportunity, maybe they haven't practiced. Like, I don't even know what I hear.
What do you hear? Here's what I hear. Like that, like that's.
Yeah.
Totally.
And one of the things that I try to do, and I've even here, the bands have been wildly responsive, which is great. Sometimes I ask questions and I truly want the students to respond. And depending on the culture of the program, they look at me like I'm a crazy person, like she wants us to speak. Yeah. I was told to never speak in rehearsal. That's not appropriate. Here, it's been like, what do you hear? And it takes a second. They're like, no, I really want to know, what do you hear? And then they'll raise their hand and tell me, and then it has revealed to me, okay, maybe in this space where that kid is sitting, they can't actually hear the part that I want them to play in time with, and that's why there's the timing thing. So then I have to make sure that maybe we need to grab that time information from somewhere else. And I get off the podium all the time. The acoustics in a room, and depending on where you sit and what's around you, like, you may be frustrated that your students aren't getting it, but it's quite literally audibly they're incapable of hearing what you need them to hear, depending on where they're sitting. That was something that I learned by just other high school band directors that were better than me, having them come to my rehearsal and saying, like, just go fix something, and then just taking so many notes. And all of them got off the podium and walked around and asked the students, what do you hear? And the students were like, well, I hear this. It was transformative. So the more that you can have them, even in just rehearsals, have some ownership of, like, I really want you to be a part of that. That's that lab process thing you're talking about.
Teacher hears, teacher. Teacher hears, teacher evaluates, teacher provides feedback, students fix. It's like, all right, well, just replace teacher, like, just do that and move around there. I love that. You're awesome. This rocks. This is great.
All right.
And my dog is named Rollo, by the way, after that piece of music.
I want to see a picture. Can we put a picture on the feed?
He's
Beautiful.
beautiful. I will, yeah. We'll put it on the stream. Get it, or at least we'll get it on Pieces of Vinyl. Check out the YouTube channel, Pieces of Vinyl, run by Raka. All right, sorry.
All right. So I guess to wrap things up a little bit, what are some things that, what are some takeaways from today's clinic that you might be able to put in motion, or some things that, like, man, I'd really like to do whatever, but like, I don't have all the information. Like, how can we put some pieces together? What do you think? What you taking with you?
I mean, I'm definitely getting a lot of what I hoped I was gonna get. I mean, don't give up. Don't try something once or 3 times or even 4 times and give up. Like, try it like 20 times in a row until it works. And then if it doesn't work, then really, if you're wasting time doing it, maybe then. And also, like, don't forget about the fundamentals, and, like, know when, not just doing the fundamental exercise, but, like, identifying the fundamental skills, and when they don't happen, calling that out instead of, or having them say it out loud, like, oh yeah, that didn't happen. Why wasn't that good? And then waiting there until they raise their hand, because my kids may not be as responsive as the other bands. So yeah, like, definitely I feel like I'm getting, like, a lot of those, like, oh yeah, like, don't forget, like, and maybe again, this comes back to, like, I'm on the phone and I'm, like, scrolling, like, oh, next thing, oh cool. Like, try the same thing, good old reliable, for like 10 times in a row, and then don't give up until like, maybe, you see, look at it like data sets, like, how many times did this work? How many times did it not work? Good. How many times did this work? Is that better? Is that worse? Is it better because that was worse, or was it better because that was better? Like what, you know? So I'm getting like a lot of that, which I really hoped to get out of this experience. So yeah, it's good for me, for sure.
Listening is the biggest thing I'm getting right now. I'm guilty of saying, hey, listen to each other. Okay, let's play. What are they listening for, though? Sometimes I'll be specific and say, okay, make sure you can hear the clarinets, but do they actually know what the clarinets are doing at that point? I think a big takeaway from both of our sessions here was just knowing who's in control of what's going on in the music. I try to get myself every now and then out of the conductor spot just to listen, but I'm always afraid to do that when there's transitions or changes in the music, because I feel like they need me there to do that. But they are a lot stronger listeners than we give them credit for, as long as they have the information of what to listen for. So definitely a big takeaway I have is making sure that they know what that information is. What are you listening for in this section? Not just the instrument, but what's the contour you're listening to? What's the intonation you're listening for? I think it's much more goal-driven, and I think students react a little bit better when they know, excuse me, exactly what we want them to hear and how they should interact with each other.
Yeah, awesome. I take so much away from events like this, and watching you guys like work with our kids. I think it's great to have an extended day like this, because when we get people out in our rooms, they come so far. Adam, for example, like you drive all the way up to work. We have 45 minutes, and you spend 30 minutes on the foundation stuff, and like and then the period's over. But having these extended sessions is awesome. Things to take away from your session were just like never settle for anything but what you want from the kids. So like the ready position all the time, the being ready to start, being focused, being prepared to succeed, because if you're not prepared, you're not going to succeed. It's going to sound bad. And just breaking through, going through the childhood stuff and that attention to detail, excellence in the details, definitely taking that away. At the end of your session, when you were talking about write one thing down that you learned today, that is, we're doing that like all the time. Like that is going to be a thing, because that's super important that the kids remember that. And then from our session, the way you're able to just break down that piece and tell all of the kids all those different little idiosyncrasies, and it was fascinating to watch, and trying to just take away some of that stuff, and getting off the podium, especially for my kids, for me to start doing that more. I'm going to try to start doing that as soon as we get back on Monday, and just being more active around the room. I can't wait for our session coming up. I can't wait to see what we're going to take away from that. But yeah, I think just and for a team, I think the team has just gotten so much closer today. I think that the team bonding of a concert band setting has gotten so much better. Go team, we have that in marching band, but our marching band and concert bands are different. There are kids here today that we have never taken on a field trip before because they are not in the marching band, and we stopped at a Wawa on the way down, and the bus broke down, and you know what? Those kids had smiles on ear to ear, getting here that they wouldn't have had otherwise, and now we're stronger as a family, stronger as a community, and it's been a great time.
A dog just entered the building. We almost lost the whole panel here. Beautiful, beautiful dog. Yeah. Wow. All right, friends. Well, look, for all the questions and like concerns that you're raising about what's going on in your programs and different things you could do, man, you took probably one of the best steps you could by just being at an event like this today, and making yourself vulnerable, and asking questions, and just providing these opportunities for your students to be able to enter into a broader conversation about what's going on in their music education, their musical experiences. So I'm very grateful that you were able to join us today, and we're looking forward to a great show and tell a little later in the evening. Okay. All right, well, we're gonna let Professor Hitz finish up with the kids in the theater, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes with our last session.
All right, welcome back to the stream here. We have got one more full band clinic. This is the final one for today. Reminder that we actually have 3 more bands tomorrow, which things kick off at 9:15 tomorrow morning. But we are about to see Dr. Hannah Morrison working with the Warwick High School Band from 7:15 until 8. I just got done with a clinic for all 3 high school bands combined, which was really, really wonderful. They asked some incredible questions. I just had a kid ask, what if I could go back, what do I wish I knew about playing, and what do I wish I knew about life in terms of my career in music, which was like, and the best part was that both of the people on his left and right both looked at him in shock, like they couldn't believe that he asked that. Like, it was a friendly way. Couldn't believe that he asked a question that was that insightful, but the questions were really, really great. Wanted to take a moment to thank some sponsors here. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they offer downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed, or your money will be refunded. Also wanted to thank my appearance is made possible in part through an educational grant from the KHS America Academic Alliance and Jupiter Band Instruments and EXO Brass. I just played my Jupiter EXO tuba for the kids. I played them some Bach, and then I improvised a little bit, which is the fancy way of saying I made something up. But no, it was really fun. So thank you to Jupiter for that. Also wanted to thank the National Band Association. We are grateful for our partnership with the National Band Association in producing this event. The National Band Association is an organization open to anyone and everyone interested in bands, regardless of the length of experience, type of position held, or the specific level at which one works. The membership roster includes professional and students from every facet of the band world. NBA is today's professional organization for band directors, and it stands ready to serve all members of the association through a variety of projects and initiatives, including their magazine, The Instrumentalist, the NBA Journal. They have some selective music lists, access to mentors and mentor programs, and support for young conductors and young composers. And any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. Okay, I've heard the band stop, so I think we are going to send things back into the hall where we're about to hear Dr. Morrison working with the band, and we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
You can go home and use to improve, whether that's for you or for the whole ensemble. Percussion, how many, are most of us playing on this? Are we in good shape? Okay, wonderful. Okay, I love that. Awesome. Oh, awesome. Yay, I love it. Okay, so a little Randall standards here. This, anytime you get a chance to play something music like this, there's just an opportunity to show more expression, sensitivity, and those types of things. So that's what we're gonna carve away at. Really, really, really excited to see you. We'll start wherever you would like at the beginning, and I'll pop in every once in a while here.
All right, from the top.
Actually, pause. Have we played anything together yet? Since dinner break?
Yeah, it's not since dinner break.
Okay, great. Hey, will you play Concert F real quick? Concert F. Very nice. Just to get our mind back in here, and hey, this time, consider what type of breath you're taking before the note you play. Again. But if you're like a fish and you go, that kind of gulp sound, can you consider using the word home? Everybody say home. Home. And then think about breathing in like that word. I've been saying this all day, right? Here, I'll show you. It's a little bit more, it's quieter than what we're doing right now. Try again, as a group. Much better breath. Now keep that note at the beginning less explosive. Control your air out as much as you're controlling your air in. Again. Yeah, just something to take away here. We won't spend any more time, but the word home and that type of a breath, I stole that from someone way smarter than me, are having a lot of space here so that you're making sure the quality of breath is what the music wants and needs and what your instrument needs. Cool? So let's start at the top now. I bet you that'll help a ton. Dang, I'm glad y'all are here. Thanks. Thanks for coming.
Mallet 1. Someone on the first mallet part.
I think they're set for you today.
Oh, I
That's
love
okay.
it.
I was just wondering if I had someone on it. I know we just assigned parts today.
I don't know if they're here.
Or what mallet parts do I have back there?
I'll sing it. I'll sing the mallet parts.
August is on mallet.
Conking, conking.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, you brought, Melody's on mallet 1, right? Yeah, okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, so,
Okay. I just wanted to check.
yeah.
Great.
Oddly quiet.
No, you got it, you got it. And just keep going. Give them a little chance on this. This part right here with flutes. I can see all of y'all doing this. Your eyes are going like this, listening beyond your own part. That's step 1, right? So can you match within flute 1, flute 2, and then think about how we can blend with everyone else. I love the active. Like I see the brain going. Keep it going. Listen beyond yourself. All right, here we go. Beginning again. thanks, y'all. This is a new to me piece. Thanks for working with these students and allowing just kind of to experience some things. Here's my first question for you. Ready? What are adjectives you would use to describe this piece? What adjectives you got? SAT prep. Throw your hands up so I can help. What you got? Oh, did you have a word?
Yeah, sure. It's very reassuring.
Reassuring. Ooh, I love that word. Yeah, what else? Warm. Absolutely. I'm so glad you said warm. We're going to come back to that one. What else? Heartfelt. Absolutely. What else? One more.
It's kind of cyan, like the color. Makes me think of the color.
Ooh, like a specific color? Ooh, music has colors.
Music has colors.
Yes, yeah. La, la. Ooh, we can talk. Okay, so hey, what's your name? Dom. Everybody say hi, Dom. Oh my gosh. Y'all are after dinner break. Okay, so hey, Dom mentioned the word warm. I love this idea. So here's what we're going to do some things that are opposite of that, and we're going to come to this. I want to make the sound of my instrument as warm as possible. So it's going to be more open and more resonant. So you're going to do the opposite for a second. Let's see. What section are we? Trumpets. Trumpets, I want you to play your G. I'm talking like this, and I want you to almost close your teeth all the way, real tight, and like this, okay? Play a G and try that. Like you're in 4th grade band again. Ready, set, go. It's like killing you to try that, right? Hey, try that even as like teeth all the way closed. Yes, good. All those sounds that you remember so wonderfully and eloquently. Now I want you to go the opposite direction. Open up, not too much, but have a little bit more resonance and tall in your mouth. Go ahead. Raise your hand if you heard a difference in tone quality. Yeah, you can hear these things. Okay, so check it. When you're playing this type of music, you need to have that idea of warm at all different ranges, and especially for this piece, at different dynamic ranges. Sometimes what I heard is forte, fortissimo. Do you have forte, fortissimo in this piece? Wonderful, we love contrast. However, that contrast can't be bright and aggressive and over the top. If our words are reassuring and warm and those types of things. So do this now. Everybody on a concert B flat. We're just going to do a B flat. Play 4 quarter notes. Articulation strength 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10, whatever that means to you. Concert B flat. 1, 2, 4 quarters, and Okay, if that's your 5, I want you to go up to 6. 1, 2, ready, go. Now go to level 1 out of 10. 1, 2, ready, and go. Did it automatically get a little softer? Isn't this interesting? Like we equate articulation with dynamics. They're different. So keep the presence of what we're playing, but just a more legato articulation. Try again. I even changed my pattern. 1, 2, level 1, and go. Flutes, 2, ready, and go. That's a flute. Flutes, and 1, 2, flutes, and go. Good. Let's actually do this. This will help us. Principal flute. Are you principal? First year? I guess. Okay, right now you're going to be. Are you cool to play? Sure. Awesome. Play 4 quarters. What's your name? Listen to Lucy play these 4 quarters. Go for it, Lucy. Yes. Ooh, the last one. Can you try and match the last articulation? So we're thinking as legato as possible. Go, actually, think 2 out of 10. Go ahead. Yes, and then starting to find that consistency where it's the same strength every time. Hey, everybody try that with Lucy. So soften the articulation so that it's not as aggressive. 1, 2, ready, and go. Hey, we're getting somewhere. And then you start to ask, am I being consistent in how I'm articulating at this strength? Can you put your hands in front of you like you're conducting? Like I'm stealing from Dr. Gumble, hugging a tree. You got your beach ball in front of you. Maybe your hands not up like this. We don't need that. Now put your palms down. Yes. Good. Go straight down. Go in. Go out. Go up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to change the style. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. This is a different piece. Now go lyrical. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Do you feel the difference? Everybody say yes? If you can make it sound different, that's the goal by this articulation strength. So let's do a full ensemble moment. If you're cool. Oh, are you cool? Awesome. This will be fun. Down and out, up. Thank you, thank you. Find 35. 35? Your goal right now is to think, how am I starting the notes, and is it legato, warm, reassuring, those words? 35. Good. Different? Everybody shake your head up and down. Different? Yes, absolutely. Low brass, when you come in, your dynamic is? I think I saw this. I heard forte. See if you can enter in the style that's being presented to you. Try again at 35. What is our cymbal player's name? Eli. Eli, see if we can get, feels really like too much articulation, not enough ring. Can you try different parts of the cymbal to get, nah, too much, meet in the middle. I want you to experiment with this. This will be like an experimentation game right now. It feels really like a rock piece and not a lyrical piece right now. So try different things. Here we go, 35. Percussion brings so many colors to the group. Okay, nice. This is cool to peel back some of the colors, or like I said previously, like a layers, the onion Shrek thing. Y'all watch Shrek? Okay, good. All right. So hey, some of these layers right here, we're going to get to at 43. You see this? All of a sudden, we start to see accents. Dynamic level at 43 is what? Mezzo forte. What is a dynamic level at 43, everybody? It is not fortissimo accent. Do, di, do. So how can you give the accent in the style? In fact, go back here. Go to 35. Play your downbeat at measure 35. Play if you have something on beat 2, you can play with us. We're just going to hold this note. Here we go. Downbeat of 35, hold. Ready? Just holding the downbeat. Hold the downbeat. Ready? Where we just got is mezzo forte. Where we just got is mezzo forte. Play the downbeat at mezzo piano. What am I daring you to do? I'm daring you to play different volumes, and especially when you get to play with this large of a group, which I love, then dare to play softer than you think. No softer than solid, no louder than lovely. So keep it solid, but still keep it soft. Let's try 35 again. I heard this the first time. Save that. Just do this. Try it. Percussion, we good back there? Okay, all right, 35. Thank you. So if you're thinking about what we just did at 35, we allowed it to go here. And percussion, this will help too, because y'all are about to create this climax. We allowed it to go here and here, rather than get so loud that we have nowhere to go. Contrast. You got to create contrast by the lows and the highs, and that'll make a massive difference. Can we hear percussion? Actually, let's hear quarter note people. At measure 43. Hey, and you're rock stars for doing something that's slow and gorgeous on a Friday night. Lock in and take out as much of this out as you can. Go to 43, quarter note people. On beat 2. 43, 2, ready, go, and 2, and go, and stop. That's where we're headed, where we just stopped. So now let each quarter note get a little bit louder. I'll try it again. Dong, dee, 2, ready, and go, and Cool. I have a question for all y'all. I'm from Texas, so I can say y'all. This right here, this accent, what does this mean for the length of the note? Does anybody have a guess on like how you might interpret the ends of the notes? Full value, short, what do you think? Full value, why? Yes, yeah.
It's full value because it's full value. It's just has more emphasis on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Staccato is shorter, a tenuto is longer.
So here's what I like to think, yes.
It's full value, just stronger.
It's here, right, that's right. So here's what I'm thinking, y'all. Hey, check this out. This accent that we have in this music and what you're playing, if we went short all of a sudden, then it'd be like you're playing the Adrian Sims piece that I'm going to get to hear at the end of this block, right? Has a little bit more circus bouncy, right? I'm assuming. I love his music, so I'm really excited because I haven't heard this one. This is exciting for me. So I want you to think about full value. Play this one more time. Don't let it get short in, I don't know, just too short. Keep it long. 1, 2, ready, go, and Yes, and then your next step, if we had more time, we would peel back and make sure that we're all treating these accents the same and that everyone is articulating and there's no slurring happening. These are the fun ways to peel it back. What measure is that, y'all? 43, everybody, 43. And 1, 2, 43, and go. And what do you see description-wise? Can I say one last thing? I love it. Hey, look at measure 47. What description do you have on your music, if anything? With emotion. Okay, and we should like dictate what emotion this is. Who said heartfelt? Cool. All right, so if this emotion is heartfelt, then, hey, this is what we heard. We heard crash. It's like I don't know, Be on Broadway. This is the big belt moment. And then it's like all of a sudden you choked on that note and it just went ba-wee-do-do-wah. So what we're hearing is someone that's belting without any sort of melody in between. What we have to do is push through the notes. Go like this with me. Go like this, like you're pushing forward. Like if I'm a conductor, I'm doing this. Or this. Do this with me. It's so much fun to do that as a conductor. Yeah? So if the notes aren't going anywhere, then what I say with Wind Symphony here at Westchester is I say, that's boring. We were just talking about that. Say, no boring. How do we get it not boring? We let the music actually go somewhere. The composer gives us a lot of hints. Follow through with them. Try it. Back to 43. And I didn't talk about the ritardando, but it's in there. Here we go, 43. Mezzo forte. Silence is golden. There it is. Go. Good. Okay, now you have to work with the music. Trumpets, you are the only thing happening at 48. So you see the forte dynamic? That's a true forte. That's a true forte. Look at measure 43 again, everybody. 43 does this. I love showing things visually because it helps us, especially after a dinner break. 43 does this. Anybody like getting gifts? Okay, there we go. All right, look, right now you're giving the gift. This is the best analogy, I think. Here's a pencil. Wells School of Music, West Chester University. You're giving, where am I going? I'm going to Dom. All right, I'm giving a pencil, and I'm getting closer and closer. The music slows down, so I'm going to slow down. Right now what's happening is at the last moment you're going, and you're throwing it away. Don't worry. Dom, here you go. You can get a second one. So, hey, your job, regardless if the music all of a sudden drops forces, we have to make sure that it does this and not something else that's just lame and just not what the music is. Try it again at 43. My coffee kicked in. Watch out. Here we go. 43. We're going to 47. Keep it going, energy! Just told a completely different story and how you're detailing the music. Okay, now let me be honest with you. This right here, what we just worked on, requires the most level of maturity, I think, out of some of the musical concepts that you've talked about, because it requires this sense of patience, this sense of being deliberate enough to get to the moment without getting there too soon. All of these high-level music skills that y'all are more than equipped to do. You just got to make sure as a team that it happens. So where is like the climax? You might be able to help us.
I should say 64.
Okay, 64. Grab your pencils. Put a star at 64 and write climax. And then it kind of chills, right?
Yeah, it slows down slowly throughout the rest of it to the end.
I'm not going to like that we're running out of time. Oh, say, okay, so cool. Bring it back in here, right here. So if we're getting all the way to 64, I just want to tell you, if I were to conduct it again, I would get to 64 at this moment. Everyone do this with me. Do this, right? This is 64. The square before that, I would do this. The square before that, I would do this. And then I have somewhere to go. Relax. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if I'm playing as, thank you, Lucy. If I'm playing as a musician, I got to make sure I pace this at a really mature level. Right? And that's going to help us a ton. Let's play the climax one more time, and then we should go on to the other piece, Mr. Talia. Do you want to conduct right here? Have at it. Yeah. Track this, everybody. 47, right at 47. Pause there. Let's try it. Yeah, that's okay. Bigger breath, and that'll help us at the beginning. We can all do that. Just bigger breath right here to get to 1. Okay, nice. Here we go. There. Good. I don't know if music ever brings memories to your mind. That's one of the reasons I love getting to play music. But something of this piece that y'all are presenting reminds me of playing horn, I'm a horn player, with my dad accompanying me on piano. I have these recollections that music and harmony and melody can provide. That's one of the best reasons why you invest your time in something like this. It's worthwhile for the rest of your life, which is beautiful. Okay, we talked about, just a recap on this piece, we talked about this having contrast, but that loud volumes don't mean articulation strength 10 out of 10 every time. And that would be the next adventure. Can we get to that nice energy level without it sounding so aggressive that it's not the warm, heartfelt, reassuring adjectives that we've used? That's the next adventure on this piece. This is a gorgeous piece. Nice work. Thank you all. I think we're going to venture over to the Sims.
Yeah, after you get back from your...
Yes, I'm going to do that little thing, and I'll be back. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right. Here we are with Dr.
Yeah.
Morrison. You're fantastic.
Oh, thank you. It's very
You have
kind.
like this like almost manic energy, which like reminds me of this is like the biggest compliment I can give. Reminds me of Mallory Thompson,
Oh, wow.
who I'm very close to.
Thank
like,
you.
Yeah, just like
Thank you.
yeah, like it's a genuine. If it was faked, it would be like
Yeah.
it wouldn't work.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It's fun to get to work with these kids, for sure.
You just you talked about how I'm paraphrasing. You
Yeah.
talked about how slow music requires a lot more maturity, and it's amazing how many tuba players I've worked with over the years who think that like the slow parts are easy, and
Yeah.
slow music's a lot harder to play than fast music. Fast
Yeah.
music's just doing your homework.
Right.
Can you talk about the maturity that it goes into like what they were
Yeah.
doing? Their phrasing was just beautiful.
Yes, yeah, and there's so much of it that like demands of you as a musician. So I love that he's programming those things, and I usually, very practically, I try to program anything that's slow and lyrical a little bit right at their level, or maybe even right below, so that we're not struggling with the things you don't want to struggle with when you're working on that music. So how can we create that sustain that we're talking about, and that piece fits them great. How can you create a sustain and keep the tone quality right where you want it to be, and then have somewhere to go? So just the musical opportunities that come from something that's slow and lyrical. And sometimes a piece I go to oftentimes is The Old Boatman. It's a Florence Price arrangement.
Okay.
And it's got this beautiful melody, and so it offers a chance to talk about shaping of melody.
Right.
And how can you copy and paste that into the Adrian Sims piece, or the fast piece that this Warwick's about to play. Or even just having everybody sing, and sing something that's comfortable. And there's so many things you can peel away and do with slow lyrical music that it's
great.
worth every minute.
Marty Hackelman used to say, "Make the simple beautiful."
Yes.
All the time,
Yes.
which is
Yeah.
yeah, that's great. All right, well, we'll let you get back
All
in
right,
there. Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you
you.
very
Thank
much.
you. We're gonna play tonight, or do you want to cut?
Do you want to keep going? What do you want to do?
I want to do what's gonna serve you best.
I want to just play for a couple minutes.
Do it.
Like, I Like, I don't think we need all 12 minutes on it,
Great.
because it's not gonna, but so if you want to spend like, I don't know, it's worthwhile if we spend like 5 more minutes on stay, navigating a little further through that, or if, and then we just do 3-ring circus quick before we transition.
Ooh.
Would that be cool, or do you think 5 minutes more on stay would be?
I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, let's try.
seriously.
Let's actually try about maybe 5 more minutes on stay, and then we'll run 3-ring circus. Okay? Does that make sense? 5 more minutes on stay with you.
Yeah.
With your lead in.
Yeah. Got you.
And then, because all this stuff is foreign to them at the back end.
Perfect. That's
Foreign
what
to me too.
I know.
Climax. I'm like, ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna go for it. It's a show and tell. Hey.
Dude, this is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, here we go. All right, lock back in, regroup, refocus. All right, remember, set yourself up for success from the moment we start, all right? We have 10 more minutes, and you guys are, like she said, rock stars for being here on a Friday night. Like, thank you all so much for doing this. And, all right, 5 more minutes on stay. I'll run a 3-ring circus, and then finish line is here, all right? Cool.
Measure 64. Good for you. Nice. Yeah. Hey, do you want to know what's going on in my mind? Oh, look right here. In my mind, I was like, this is a perfect opportunity to practice nonverbal communication with the group. We met each other a solid 51 minutes ago. And so you get the chance. How many of y'all are really good at tuning in and looking up while you're playing music and checking in with any conductor on the podium? Oh, I appreciate the honesty. Okay, hey, look, we can all get better at that. And I'm not, just to be clear, one time a 6th grader asked me this, do I have to memorize all my music? No. If you're practicing it, you're probably going to. It's going to happen. But if you just check in a little bit more often, and especially at moments of transitions, ritardando, a tempo, check in so that we can collaborate on those moments. It's a perfect opportunity. Go start 72. And I know this is newer to us, so let's get an opportunity to extra practice time on this. 72. Take 2. Very nice. Anybody in here like to be efficient? Like you just like to do things really efficiently? Okay, do you like to take your time doing things that are menial tasks? If I take out the trash and I spend 10 minutes going like this, or take advantage of the built-in system that the trash people have made, this is a terrible analogy, just roll with me. Built-in system that they've made to tie it off in 5 seconds and walk out the door and drop it off. Check. So if you want to be more efficient in rehearsals, tuning in with your conductor allows an opportunity for communication to happen without words. And then you can re-emphasize things or adjust things you need to that didn't happen with words. It's awesome. It's a great opportunity. Y'all did much better at that getting into 75. I love this. When we get to 76, we're going to start right there and keep going. The most important thing is any moving line. If you don't have a moving line, then I need you to go like this. Back it down a little. Here we go, 76. With love, the composer writes. Well, it's perfect. 94? Hopeful? 94? Yes, nice, nice. That will slow down. When you're able to captivate a room like that by how you're playing, that's worth every second. Dynamic at 94 to the end. Does anybody have anything higher than, besides mallet 1, does anybody have anything higher than piano? Louder than piano? Negative. Play 94 to the end. See if you might be able to get really great quality of sound at even softer dynamic. Here we go. I love all the eye contact, y'all. Yes, 94. Gonna slow down right here. 1 and 2 and 3, 4. No softer than solid, no louder than lovely. I stole that from someone, y'all steal it from me. Take that and run away with it, and where can you create the valleys in this piece? The end is such a great moment to show something reflective and hopeful, like the composer said. Yeah, nicely done. Keep staying with that one. Ha! Keep staying with that one? You're welcome. Let's switch over to The Sims. Oh, that's nice to actually get to read that ending section. Smart call.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's fresh, right out of the fridge.
I know, I know, I know.
All right, hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. Hey, Ben. Yeah, let's get it practice. Brewing circus, let's get it out. We'll just give it a spin. We'll see what happens, and hopefully good things. Hopefully things stuck from this morning, or wasn't this morning, it was this afternoon. All right, feels like this morning sometimes.
I know. Hey, I wasn't in the clinic before when you worked on this piece. Raise your hand, tell me some things that you are hoping to show and how you're about to play it. Show me, or tell me, yeah.
When we get to the trio, shape and the dynamics.
I love it. Shape, dynamics, shape. What else?
Light and fast articulation.
Light and fast articulation. Another chance to show off some articulation. Great. And
The opposite of what we just worked on.
yeah, right. Right. And one more. Give me one more. Percussion. What are you hoping to do? Have it here. Have a complete understanding of my individual parts so that I can contribute to the whole at a really high level.
Yeah.
Play the right notes at the right time. Okay. Let's get more and more better at that. I love it.
Remember how we present ourselves. First thing we heard that. Hey, how we present ourselves
That is so much fun.
Hey, remember percussion in this room, guys? Just remember, it's all right. So as you get excited, it's gonna take off and cover just very small, very small. All right. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, if you had like 27 seconds, literally, to practice before you might perform this piece again,
Yeah.
what would you practice? 27 seconds. On your mark. Get set.
You have it.
Ready, go. 27 seconds, go. Sorry.
No, we are fine.
That's fine. Hey,
I keep calling it Circus Maximus. It's circus.
the trio is awesome.
All right, here we are at the end of the first day of the NBA Wind Band Symposium here at the Wells School of Music at Westchester University. My name is Andrew Hitz. I am the host for today and tomorrow. Just letting you know that we are doing this whole thing all over again tomorrow. We have a 9 o'clock a.m. welcome, and then our first clinic is at 9:15 tomorrow. We have 3 more bands tomorrow, which are going to be great. But you are about to hear some wonderful music. It's incredible to hear the progress of each of these bands. Really, really great. I was blown away by the questions I was asked by the students during the clinic. It was really, really wonderful. And getting to watch Dr. Julia Baumanis from Rutgers, who is the special guest star this year. I don't think that's her official title, but that's what she is the official, she's the official, unofficial guest star. She's wonderful. And then, of course, Dr. Gumbel and Dr. Morrison, both from Westchester University here. And Andrew Jozwiak, who we're about to see conduct. He's the man who's making sure all of the parts are moving all moving in the right direction, in the same direction at once. So a big thank you to Aaron Sobel and the Phoenixville High School band, Matt Tenalia, and the Warwick High School band, and Sean McWilliams and the Unionville High School band. If you are just tuning in for this performance, then you should know that all of this will be archived on the Wells School of Music YouTube channel, so you can find all of that there. And also know that that these bands are all early in the process. You might hear them playing a partial, part of a piece. You might hear only one movement, but they all very bravely are playing, for the world to see on the internet when they are very, very early within this cycle of preparing for assessment. I wanted to thank KHS America for making my appearance possible. Jupiter Band Instruments and Exo Brass have, through an educational grant, have helped in part to make my appearance possible. And so thank you to them. Also thank you to J.W. Pepper. Founded in 1876, J.W. Pepper is the best online store for sheet music with over 1 million titles in stock. They offer sheet music for directors and performers alike, as well as music equipment, accessories, and software to support your musical journey. ePrint, their digital sheet music, offers printable sheet music that's accessible without an internet connection through the free ePrint Go app. Plus, they have downloadable MP3s, a resource musicians love. Listen to the music and see the score before you buy, and shop with confidence thanks to the Pepper Guarantee. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money refunded. Also wanted to of course, thank the Westchester University. There are some other Westchester University band events coming up. The Westchester University Wind Bands are excited to be hosting composer Frank Kelly for a residence February 19th to 22nd. That's coming up very soon. The WCU bands will feature Kelly's compositions and concerts on Thursday, February 19th at 7:30 p.m. and Sunday, February 22nd at 3 p.m. Both events will be held in the Madeleine Wing Adler Theater. The concerts are free and open to the public. That's an opportunity not to be missed. And last but not least, we'd like to thank the National Band Association. The National Band Association provides support to our nation's bands through access to mentors and mentor programs, support of new music created specifically for bands of all levels and experience through their composition contests, support of young conductors and young composers interested in wind bands through their mentor projects, and support of bands and band music of all types and levels through their concert band symposiums like this one. Any students listening should take advantage of the $5 student membership rate to enjoy the benefits of this outstanding organization. So again, thank you to all 3 directors of these wonderful ensembles today. It is an awful lot of work to bring a band to an event like this, and it's a lot easier to not bring a band to an event like this, which is stating the obvious. But I just heard Dr. Gumbel, who was, I stepped into the Phoenixville band's last clinic and heard him say that, that they're lucky to have, to have someone who cares enough to be putting in that time, and that of course applies to all 3 of them. And so, it's a it's a gift for us to be able to hear these kids, and it's also a gift that these kids have these educators in their lives. And a big thank you to all of the clinicians and to the kids themselves for coming, for asking just some absolutely phenomenal questions of me. Yeah, it was very impressive. So without further ado, we are going to send the feed back into the main hall, where in just a few minutes we will be hearing from each of these bands, and then we will finally hear from the Westchester University Wind Ensemble under the direction. I should say nice things about Dr. Jozwiak, because he's staring at me from behind the camera right now. So it's totally not coerced. It's very genuine when I say how great of a conductor and just great human he is. But no, in all seriousness, all three band directors here at Westchester University are just phenomenal musicians. And the older I get, the more important it is that they're phenomenal humans who happen to be great musicians. So that's the headline from here. So we will be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Is when we will kick things off with our welcome address, and then 9:15 is going to be the first clinic will be Dr. Morrison with the North Penn High School Band. So we will see you then, but stay tuned. Momentarily, we will get to hear all three bands plus the Westchester University Wind Ensemble. And thank you for joining us today, and we will see you again tomorrow morning.
All right, good evening, friends. Good day? Good day. All right, awesome. Good. Just kind of being in and out of a number of the sessions, I noticed that a couple of the clinicians had asked you to literally be noting some things down, either during their presentation or following their presentation. What were some of the takeaways? What were some of the things that you want to talk about when you get back into class with your directors on Monday? Keep that list handy, because it's going to give you an opportunity to have some conversations about things that worked really, really well, that may have been new ideas, maybe reinforcing ideas that you've already had as part of your program, and for your preparation this semester for whatever other events, concerts, performance assessments, trips, or whatever, you're going to have just an incredible bag of tricks to pull out to pull your program together and sound great as an ensemble. I want you to take just a second to show your appreciation for your directors, because I think the motivation to do something like this is that they want to do something for you. They want to do something for you that's going to be different than the things that happen in your classroom every day. For me, it's great to see so many directors who want to be involved in this event every year. And if you could just show your appreciation for your directors, I think that would be awesome. All right, so at this point, we're going to get to what we just refer to as the show and tell portion of our event. It's a little bit of a concert, but we know that where we are, everything is a work in progress right now. So we're just going to do just a little bit of a demonstration of what we're able to accomplish today and how we're going to be set up for the rest of the semester. Just a couple organizational things. We'll start with the Warwick High School Band, then Phoenixville, and then Unionville before the Westchester Wind Ensemble performs. There's a flow to how we'll be moving around here. As you enter the stage, you'll come out of the chairs and go right through that exit sign. And right behind the wall where Dr. Gumble is walking toward, there he is. There's a hallway that leads right to the stage. All right, so you go through that exit door, through the hallway, and onto the stage to perform. When you finish performing, after you're done, you'll go out that back door by the light in the corner there. So everything forms a big circle, and you'll walk right down the hallway back into the seats in the hall, the same way you've been doing all day. Cool? All right. So the first group we have to perform for us this evening is the Warwick High School Symphonic Band under the direction of Mr. Matthew Tenalia. Give it up for them. They will be performing Adrian Sims' Three-Ring Circus. Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, let's just play concert after before we get started. All right.
All right, the next band that we have performing for us this evening is the Phoenixville High School Concert Band under the direction of Aaron They will be performing Undertow by John Mackey. Please welcome them. Well done, friends. Yeah, give it up again for Unionville High School Country Club Stomp by J-Rod Hall, under the direction of Sean McWilliams. Cool. Well done, gang. Killer tubas. Bringing it. Good job, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Appreciate you. Love you. Proud
Thank
of
you.
you. All right, friends. Before we finish up the evening with a performance by the Westchester University Wind Ensemble, I'd just like to offer a special thanks to a number of the people who made today possible. First, thanks to the National Band Association for their support of projects like this. Our friends at the J.W. Pepper Corporation for providing the live stream and the support of Andrew Hitz from Jupiter Musical Instruments so that we could produce this podcasty live stream for you all. So thank you, Pepper and Jupiter. Our clinicians of the day, Julia Baumanis from Rutgers University. And Dr. Hannah Morrison and Dr. Adam Gumbel from Westchester University. The piece we're going to perform for you in just a second is also a work in progress, much like y'all have going on. We just started back to school last week, so we had 2 days of rehearsal since we started back. And the piece is two movements, or part of two movements, from a Second Symphony by Frank Kelly. We're fortunate enough to be welcoming Dr. Kelly to campus here at the end of February, and he'll be here for a short residency, and all of the wind bands on campus will be performing his pieces during his stay. So if you're in the area and you'd like to see him conducting and working with our groups and hear some of his music, Sunday, February 22nd, and Thursday, February 19th, we have 2 concerts that will be performed that week with him here. The Second Symphony will be starting with the middle of his second movement, which is a more lyrical, song-like movement, and the last movement is it's called Apollo Unleashed, and that one has some pace to it, and we'll end with a little bit of fire. So for the high school bands and directors, thank you for joining us today. Safe trip home, and we hope you're able to find your way back to Westchester University very soon. Great job. All right. Thank you very much, friends. Hey, safe trip home, and best of luck on everything you have going on. Okay. All right. All right. Hey, we get some recon for tomorrow?